we go. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to read up on this and see how the there I can see the live. Second time to time. And is it live? Yep, we are live. There's a
Yeah, it looks
motherfucking
like it.
chat room too. Woohoo! All right, I'm gonna drink some tequila now. Look at that. They're all going. Yeah, this is great. They're all giving me shit. How about
I like the now some conversation would be
how about
nice.
how about a nice game of hide and go? Fuck yourself. Look at that. The echo is on. All right, I gotta take mute. So what were we talking about then before we tried to switch over to this thing?
Well, for a little while we'd been sitting there talking about the chat not working, so I don't actually remember what was before
Well, you
that.
gotta talk about the important things in life. All
Yeah,
right.
why not?
Is there an odd or an even number of dust particles in the universe? That's what I want to know.
Yes.
Ah, good answer. Good answer. How many odd numbers then?
No idea, but there is either an even or an odd number.
That probably changes every fraction, well, whatever, of a second, of a moment. Do 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 do. So,
Keeps lagging. Well, I mean, it's always delayed. Like every live stream is.
yeah, I don't know. I kind of got a shitty Wi-Fi connection here, and there's 5 people here, so they all kind of tie it up a little bit. I don't know if that even really does it, but
It
gonna have to
could
gonna have to get a booster or something
depend.
here. I think.
Well, it also depends on like how much you've actually like what kind of plan you've got for your service. So right
Just get
now, I shouldn't have a problem. I am the only one here.
oh, maybe take some chewing gum and some of the wrappers from the chewing gum and wrap it around the
Oh,
router and see what
jeez.
happens. I might do something to it. Put a couple of CDs on it.
Oh,
Make sure they're spinning in perpetual motion.
oh. Let me guess, you don't have a clue how to set up a repeater or a second network or anything?
Me? No. I'm old. I'm old. I don't know how to do that. Kind of do, but yeah, I'll have to research it, I guess. Can you just tell me how to do it? And then I don't have to research it.
So there's a question about what the EJG stands for again, and it's just my initials. And no, I'm not giving out my full name.
Oh, you guys just have to guess. Keep speculating. Me, I'm out there. I'm flayed open for the whole world to see. I am who I am.
Yeah, well, I've got this little problem of with the right combination of information, way too much other information's available.
Are you saying Men in Black coming to get me if I know too much about you?
No, no, in my case, like if
Ah,
somebody actually knew, for example, what domain I still own,
mm,
you have to
okay.
register that.
Yep. Is your name a secret? Chaosism says.
Not really. I mean, how hard was it to find me?
For me, it wasn't hard. It's just that I never got to it for about, I don't know, 3 months, 4 months.
It's a little harder now because I actually created an official page.
Ah, okay.
But no, it's not really a secret. It's more that I just, like, if somebody knew my actual legal name, they could find out things like my address at the moment. And I don't exactly want that.
I always wanted to change my name to Helmet. A German thing, Helmet Fronta. It'd be like Helmet Fronta. Oh, yeah, nobody'd fuck with you then if you had a name like that.
Yeah,
Private.
I don't have anything amazing like that. My last name, if I remember right, is actually in German, but it means goosekeeper.
You'd be surprised at what a lot of German names mean. Well, all names. Back in the day when they knew a couple things in their world, and they just named it after that.
Yep.
Oh look, a new meat sack that can think. Let's name that.
Or there were all the people who were addressed by where they came from, like Leonardo da Vinci.
Anybody else want to get here and talk? Also,
Hey, we're back up to 5 people.
I know. I can't wait for reviews on this one. Actually, I'm just having fun. That's why I'm doing the interviews.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's actually fun. You know what? This is the first time I ever talked to you, so there. That's why. I think I first seen you on Paula Gia's channel, didn't I?
Well, that was one of the first places you saw me, yeah.
I remember
Commented somewhere else.
some political stuff with Ken Ham or something like that.
Apparently, there's a tiny echo.
um, yeah, there is, isn't there? You want to come in, Chaosism?
What do you mean you've never talked before, though?
It probably means live.
Probably. I've never done this before either.
That's how I can do it. I'll just put a link, and whoever wants to come in can come in.
Woohoo! Back up to 6!
Now we're gonna reduce them because they're coming to the. They're
Down to 5.
That link work? I just send it out. I'm gonna smoke my medicine since I'm out here in LA. Hey Snuffy, you gonna like make a lot of salsa then with all them tomatoes you got going?
What?
He's growing tomatoes in his yard and he's using that as his backdrop now in his videos.
Oh. Hey, you saw some things I could use if I wanted to.
I could what?
You saw, I gave you a link earlier. You probably saw some pictures I could use if I wanted.
I've never heard of you. Snuffy said, I've never heard of you either, Lady Unicorn.
Yeah, but I mean, tell us about yourself. How vague. What am I supposed to talk about?
Well, first start like what day you were born, then kind of work your way up from there.
Oh yeah, go back all the way through random stuff about how I almost died at birth.
Well, you can skip over like the details of how many breaths you took in one day.
Well, good, because I don't think I know that detail.
Hey, Gylo says you're one of his first subscribers.
First few hundred. Bionic Dance kind of sent me over.
I was subscribed to the guy a little bit before Bionic Dance made that comment about him.
Yeah, I found him through Bionic Dance, and I almost didn't subscribe, but I'm glad I did, because I really do like his content.
And guys, on the chat, we're gonna do the topic is gonna be why are there so many Canadian atheist YouTube channels?
There kind of are.
I know. It's just all of a sudden they just sprung. It's like the Canadian spring.
What are my views on
let's all get
religion?
secular and make YouTube videos.
Well, my views on religion. Well, initially, I was born to a Christian mother who didn't want to push me, and a father who doesn't believe in the Bible, but I don't really know, like, his belief in God. But I went to religious schools growing up because St. Louis was considered too dangerous. So that was fun. So I grew up dealing with a lot of Christianity. Then in high school, I switched over to studying Wicca. And I mean, I didn't really like hardcore practice it, but I was kind of into it for a few years. It's only actually been a couple years after a lot of watching a lot of atheist content, and especially atheist comedy, just because I enjoyed it, that I ended up actually deciding that I honestly didn't believe in any form anymore. So my beliefs as far as religion is that I don't really think that there is a God or anything, but like I don't tend to care that much about other people believing unless they're doing something that's causing a problem because of it. Main focus. Now, as far as politics, that could get amusing.
All right, politics, religion, and then politics. You gotta do it.
I know, it was like right there. It's like your views on religion, maybe current politics, American education.
Is it Thanksgiving already?
Oh, I swear every day is like Thanksgiving while I'm sitting there looking through YouTube comments. Oh,
Facebook is a Thanksgiving fucking parade.
oh
every day,
Facebook, I can't even, like, I don't even use it. I
yeah.
log in to my page that I created, or before that, I would be on another single page.
There's too many people that
And
I want to be friends with and not lose as friends on Facebook, so I don't go on there anymore.
Yeah, I don't look at the feed at all. I'll sit there and chat with people. I post on my page now that I just recently created for my channel, but I
Well,
had to
live in
leave
Canada, they don't
almost a
believe in
year
God
ago.
anymore.
And it's not like mostly it's not the religious things that get me on there because again, I don't like unless somebody's causing a problem, I don't tend to care, and I'm not against sitting there arguing politics, so even when that crosses, it's not a big problem. For me, it was the fact that, well, I started out in St. Louis, Missouri. Then I moved to Western Kentucky, and now I'm in Southern Illinois. None of those areas are exactly, not quite sure what the word is, but one thing they all had in common is they have a lot of people that long for the good old days that they could hit their kids more in public, at random, and think that's a great topic to throw all over their Facebook feeds. I literally had to leave Facebook over that topic.
You know what? It was also just my friends falling for the fake memes or whatever. I mean, it's obvious fake memes, and it's like,
Oh God, yeah.
It just got so bad for a while. I was like, I'm done.
Every few days, Facebook's apparently going to start charging. And then, like, 20,000 things I'd be looking up on Snopes and sending people links. I used to post a Weird Al song. Stop forwarding that crap to me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Facebook's just not at all, but like the comment sections on some YouTube videos are actually worse than Facebook in a lot of ways. It just doesn't happen to be the same topic, so it's not the same problem for me.
You know what? For the most part, in my experience, though, you usually get a well thought out dissertation. You don't get somebody just. I don't know. I suppose on Facebook, it seems like you type in smaller comments on Facebook or something like that.
Just depends on where you are. Like, if I'm
True.
sitting there on your channel, or if I'm sitting on Godless Cranium's channel, or Bionic Dance's channel, yeah, I'm gonna get fairly decently thought out responses, whether they're remotely polite or not.
Ha.
The guy that I was arguing with on Real's channel, very thought out, long comments back and forth. But then if you go over to something like the David Pakman Show or Secular Talk or any of the right wing versions or like anything like that, big name, news related,
Yeah.
politics related channels,
You can usually tell when you're getting yourself to crawl down a rabbit hole. I just always make sure that I ask that rabbit if he has trouble with shit sticking to his fur first. So
yeah, and it's just like there's all kinds of random crap that I've seen in some of those channels.
there are
I
all
quit
kinds of
watching most
people.
of them too, and it wasn't because of the content, it was because of the comments.
Semantic sidekick Sam. I don't know if there is a guy like that, but that's what I'm gonna call every one of them. That's meant to be a
But yeah, if
pejorative.
somebody wants to know my politics on something, they might want to be a little more specific because I have views probably all over the place. And whether they'd be centrist or extremist might just depend on who you're asking.
Yeah. Yeah.
And as far as the education that I got, it was a mix between growing up, like my early education was private Christian schools in St. Louis. Then I was homeschooled in quotes for a couple years.
Jesus, you
In
went to bad
reality, I was
schools too.
in reality my homeschool was here are some workbooks, learn.
Ugh.
And then when I moved over to Western Kentucky with my mom, I was actually in a public school for the rest of it until through high school. I didn't really get to go to college. I went through a semester and then depression hit really bad, some other problems, just I couldn't deal with stuff, and I was only there through grants and scholarships, so as soon as things failed, I lost them. Yeah,
Yeah,
I definitely have problems with science deniers and young earthers in positions of power, at least if they're trying to use that position to, for to further that,
with me, it's so hard to
which
tell on some of them people if they're actually just being willfully ignorant, or if they're actually that stupid that they don't believe that they know. I just can't see some of them not having that much of a having that much of a brain fart to not figure things out that are that logical, easy logic to me, I guess.
yeah.
But maybe I'm just born a heathen, so I don't understand that.
I could definitely see why people would fear for education with this current administration. Yeesh.
Yeah, let's just take some Dunning Kruger, spread a little salve on it, and some fertilizer, and let it grow. And that's what we got going on. Yeah,
Oh, this administration in general is a disaster.
yeah. It just I don't get it. In fact, I can't even comment on it because I've never thought that I'd see such a dissonance from all the people. But I mean,
There's so much going on that even if people were actually trying to cover everything that is happening that is messed up
yeah,
in our current system, and especially the current federal administration,
I think the rise of the social media.
they wouldn't have the time.
I don't think human beings are used to the social media kind of thing because that's a different way of communicating. We don't actually. That's another reason why I want to do live things is because you don't actually. I can hear the emotion in your voice now. It's not that I'm not just sitting there typing and then trying to figure out what the emotions are that you're typing back to me or texting back to me. It's now I can actually
Yeah, it helps. It's just
I
not
can actually
something
feel
that's.
the emotion in the person. I think we're losing a lot of that on social media, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just speculating. It just
Oh,
seems
you're not the only one that tends to think that. I've read a lot of stuff that says that it is mostly speculation. Like, I haven't seen any real studies or anything, but I've read a lot of places people making the same basic speculation and even saying that they think that that's a lot of what's gone on with some of the more extreme trolls and like the people who just don't care how much they hurt others and all this other stuff. That it's just we don't have the emotion, we don't have the feedback right there in front of us
Yeah, and
to say, hey, no, this back off now.
I made a video back a while back on what is solipsistic interjection, and so I was kind of concerned about that too a little bit, and I was thinking
Yeah.
about that. Not for myself, because hell, I just know I'm a crazy freaking idiot anyway. But when it comes to some people, they just can't deal with the real world, and if they're in there thinking thinking that that conversation is a whole different context, I can see how you can do it. It's easy to take somebody's. Think of how many people get pissed off at each other because they took their comment section that they were in out of context from the other guy. You know, I've seen it happen a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's not even just that. Like, even when somebody's trying to sit there and think things out, because like when you're trying to interpret what the stuff behind somebody else, you can do it overly simplistically, just thinking about whatever your assumptions are, which I suspect is what a lot of people really end up doing. Or you can sit there and try to take the time to think about, well, as I think it was John Green that originally put it from, to think about people complexly, to imagine the fact that they're going to have their own lives, their own dreams, their own histories, everything, and like actually think about that, and you can sometimes get a better idea like, okay, well, this might have been caused by this, or maybe they're lashing out like that because they're taking this wrong, or maybe they've had a bad day, or instead of assuming that it's gotta be because they hate me
Yeah, that's
or
why I like
because
the
they
opposite
can't stand
person.
anybody who disagrees.
My face is boiling red and I'm yelling at the top of my lungs, you know I'm mad. You're not going to tell that on a comment section, really.
Yeah.
I
So,
think we're we're replacing part of that in our own mind, what other people think. I think there's part of that.
so,
Hey,
can you
there you
guys hear me?
go. I can hear
Yes,
you
I can
now.
hear you.
Oh, I've actually been here for a while. I just didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, I saw you there.
I didn't. I was too busy talking.
That's fine.
I've already learned that you pretty much just have to interrupt him.
Damn right.
Well, I don't really know him too well.
I'm about to pour myself a bourbon, so.
No, that works.
So where are you from now?
I'm upstate Illinois near Chicago.
Okay. I grew
Not
up
too
in
much else besides that, really.
Come on, lady, you haven't finished your sentence yet.
Oh, I had a sentence that I was in the middle of.
Hey, there's dead air going on
I
here.
sometimes do.
Yeah, I'm still messing with the settings a little bit, so go ahead and.
If I remembered where I was, I probably would.
And that's why I don't interrupt people.
It's fine. Anything that I really feel like I have to say, I'd probably end up saying in a video as well anyway.
Oh, I am so gonna respond to this chat that we're having. I'm gonna make a
Oh, you
video
are.
about that. Ah,
Are we gonna have a fight? Are we gonna have drama over YouTube? Really?
no, I can't think of it. I don't get mad at people though. I don't think I can do that. I think I can do it. What
Oh, I can definitely get mad, but
I know you can.
I'm not.
I'm a. I don't know. I'm the freaking ambassador to everybody somehow. I just like to. I gotta keep it to mellow roar.
Believe it or not, usually what I deal with isn't really anger. Like, yeah, I've had some, but most of the time it's more that I get like intensely frustrated or other emotions that are just really intense.
Yeah. Emotions. That's usually how an argument starts.
Yeah.
If everybody can, most everybody in the argument can transcend their emotions, then they can, or at least a little
But see,
bit of them.
but see, with that about emotions and arguments, that's actually one of the places where things like a comment section or Facebook or Twitter or whatever could, though it's not usually, but it could be beneficial. The same as my channel, like my posting videos instead of just doing live, is beneficial for that because you can actually sit down and type out the message or type out what you're going to say or whatever and stop and review it and decide if you actually want to say it.
Or if you find somebody in the chat section that looks like he's 3 Sundays away from joining the band Jim Jones and the Kool-Aids, you probably have to say a little something to that person, I guess.
Would we consider secular humanism to be a religion or an ideology or worldview?
Humanism?
Secular humanism.
A worldview? Maybe in a way.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could consider it a worldview. I guess I've heard it more in terms of like a philosophy than really any of those terms, but I definitely wouldn't call it a religion. But then again, I'm not into calling everything religions.
I would say if it's philosophy, it's maybe go about carry your weight or whatever. Yeah, I don't think so. Is it a pejorative yet? Or is it going on the downhill away from the pejorative? I think everything goes through that little cycle of becoming a bad word, just with the semantics on things. Semantic shift. But what do I know? I'm a freaking old hippie that smokes a lot of pot.
I guess there's nothing wrong with that.
I just wish they would make it completely legal because technically, even though it could be gotten medicinally here, anxiety is not on the list.
Well, it's actually will be recreational in 2018. It'll be sold here. You can have up to an ounce on you without unless the federal, but feds aren't going to come after you unless you're trying to do an Escobar thing or something. What's your plans on your next video there, Mr. Chaos?
Which one of us?
I assumed he was talking to me. I was just seeing if he would remember who I was.
I don't like ism, so I'm not going to call you Chaos-ism.
You call me whatever you want. I'm not too concerned.
Except for late for supper.
Oh,
right?
really? You should be careful telling people that. They could come up with some really out there things.
Just don't call me late for supper. That's the only thing you can't call me.
I'm actually, I have to start working on it. I'm making more of like a statement of what I'm doing with my channel and rolling some of my views on the situation and where I see where I can be helpful in the community. And then some goofy stuff following that.
So you've been YouTubing for a long time then, or?
No, not a long time. I made a couple of videos mostly in response to Kent Hovind.
Gee, that's usually a popular theme.
Yeah. With King Crocoduck, he actually started a playlist like helping Hovind understand science. And the combination of hearing about that and watching some of Hovind's videos actually made me go through and make a video because Hovind's one of the reasons why I even know anything about evolution.
I've heard that from a lot of people that were actually creationists. They say that they used to be creationists, but if it wasn't for those guys. In fact, even Peter, he's been an atheist his whole life. When I was talking to him yesterday, he's like, when I saw Hovind down there, I just couldn't believe the crap that he was saying. And that made me start to get active with it. So.
Yeah, real quick, do you guys hear an echo from me at all?
I do hear that.
Okay, I gotta try and fix it. Hang on.
ping it against the other wall, and muffle it with, I don't know, or rooster feathers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just talking about muffling it. Um, my husband was complaining that he wanted a way to keep the air conditioner. Like I turned the air conditioner off so I wouldn't hear it in the background on this, but he wanted a way to quit having everybody ask him if he had a fan blowing directly in his microphone. So I started looking up how to deal with wind on a microphone and discovered that they literally call it a dead cat.
Uh, wow. Interesting.
All right, is that any better?
Absolutely better.
Okay, good. I thought I had it muffled enough, but apparently not. There's still a little bit there. I can hear it. There's still a little bit there. But anyhow, I was gonna make a few more videos inspired by some of the conversations with some of Kent's followers, because that's generally what leads me to make the videos I make. And that echo. I think it's
there again. Do you have your chat? Do you have the regular YouTube thing up or whatever? And just that for some reason, even if you mute it, it seems like it throws that echo in there. It's like, oh, I got my digital delay pedal on my microphone. No wonder.
Yeah, I did have it open in the back.
Somehow mine looped through my iPad and it was giving an echo. I'm like, well,
okay,
whatever.
So no, it's still there.
It's me and myself. And there is an eye way back there, but
You, yourself, and you?
I don't know where to go with that. I think Eric is a little bit worse than Kent and myself. I think he seems more gung ho about it. Like he's out to. He just seems more nefarious to me than Kent does. I don't know why, but yeah, he's just a willfully ignorant little. I won't say that like that. I'll say he's a willfully ignorant, pubescent piece of crap. I think back in sorry. Back in so many years ago.
You don't have the chat up, do you?
Me? I do.
Yeah. Oh, you do?
Hey, Pure Carbon's in here. Pure Carbon in the house. I think we're all Pure Carbon.
Yep.
Snuffy Woofy Kiss.
We're not pure carbon. I mean, if we were only carbon, we wouldn't, like... What percentage of us is water?
Doesn't that kind of...
That's not carbon.
Can I turn in the carbon song? I don't know. I just want to be Pure Carbon. Somebody already is Pure Carbon, and he's in the chat room. I know.
I got linked to one of his videos during my recent ongoing argument with somebody.
So, Mr. Chaos, did you grow up in a very religious family, or were you in a secular upbringing and just got anti-theistish? Am I all alone now? Is that Chaosism, that link worked for you? Nobody can hear me. Really? None. There we go. Hello. You hear me now? No.
I hear you.
Somehow my mute got pushed on my microphone. Did you hear me talk for a while and I was yapping there?
I heard bits and pieces a couple times when you were saying you were going to ask something and then it would cut out.
I know, and now the whole the whole thing, the whole punchline, everything is just kind of ruined now, so it's not gonna work.
Blue.
Hey,
What's
how's it
with
going,
the-
man? Huh? With the what?
The little icon next to Blue.
Oh,
And then I had a kitten decide that they were going to help me.
He's moderator, so don't say too many things because he can throw you out of the chat.
Oh, I'm
Speak up.
so scared.
I know you are. Okay, let's see if I can speak up here. Am I getting louder or am I just the same? Is that better? Now can you hear me really well? Talk to me.
I'm louder than
that
you
better?
are. There's always a delay in the chat, so I mean between the when we say
Delay?
something and when it actually goes live. Yeah, you're better.
Yeah, probably like a 0.048 millisecond delay. Wait, for work.
Was that deliberate?
Yeah, I was trying to do my Chevy Chase impression. You guys figure it out?
But yeah, I'm so scared of your moderator.
Blue, he's pretty. He's a great guy. Hey, Blue, you want to get into the chat? Oh crap!
My phone keeps vibrating because of reverse Twitter. Or not reverse Twitter, reverse Tumblr. That's why.
Oh, if I was a girl, I'd put my phone in my pocket. It was vibrating like that all the time. I just went there.
I noticed.
Sorry. Forgive me. You don't have to. You will not. All right. How many skeptics does it take to get to the center of a fucking conspiracy anyway? That is the question I'm asking both of you guys since you're in here talking right now.
Probably there is no number that will actually do it because no matter how many people debunk it, people will still believe the nonsense.
Are you sure? Final answer?
Well, that seems
Or
to
do
be
you
what
wanna take
happens.
box
It
number
it
two?
helps. Like people, it does help. People do. Like there are people who learn, but it does seem like no matter how many people sit there and explain what's wrong with something, there's always still people who will believe it.
Yeah. Crazy, if you ask me. Why do you think the earth is flat? It's just amazing how, especially like when I seen Peter talking to this one guy he said he was like, he believed his belief so hard that he was shutting himself off from the rest of the world and just isolating himself. The whole conversation was like, wow, that's, I don't know. I'm kind of a hermit the way it is, and I've always been that way my whole life. But I'll still come out and go, "Hey, everybody, let's have a snowball fight."
Yeah, there's a difference between somebody who just doesn't feel like talking much and somebody who's actually trying to avoid everyone. and I've been to both. Okay.
Okay, what?
The Earth is somehow both flat and hollow.
What was that? I didn't see that.
Just somehow both flat and hollow.
There's a combo. That's funny.
I don't know. I had a really convincing conversation with Cube Earther once.
Pure Carbon, did you say 17 skeptics it takes?
I think that's
Where
what
is
that was
echo coming
about.
from? You let somebody with a name like Chaosism into the chat, and then all of a sudden the echoes and Chaosism happens. See, I knew this. I knew this was gonna happen. 17 skeptics. Are you? I don't. Citation.
Doesn't really matter what the answer is, though, you could say that.
I know. I think it involves Hitler. Right away.
Yeah, I'm
Chaosism
guessing
brings in
that's the
Hitler.
joke.
Right away. Chaosism brings in Hitler.
Oh no!
I don't have any speakers on out here. I don't have any like fillings that are like making an antenna thing in the radio wave like Gilligan did on his show one time. I'm dating myself. You guys probably don't even get what I just said. Maybe Snuffy would. Okay. So, am I all alone? And yeah, I will.
I'd be so glad to get rid of that message.
What was that? Oh, I didn't hear you for a long time. Thought everybody left me.
Yeah, because I got disconnected from the call.
Oh wow.
Yes, I'm sure that was beautiful seeing me on screen for a moment at a weird angle.
What? What angle was that camera at?
The angle of sitting on papers on the couch beside me.
I didn't even see it. But I bet Chaosism saw it. The only thing I don't like about this is it does have that delay on there. I'd rather be talking on the phone where it's not much.
Well,
It's not much of a delay, but it's enough where you sit there and hesitate because you're not used to that kind of a pause or whatever.
oh, you mean between us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that problem with Skype.
That's impossible, Chaosism. You can't see nothing because nobody's ever demonstrated nothing. What does nothing look like? You saw nothing. Baloney. Prove it.
I don't believe in nothing. I guess I'm an A nothingist.
And nobody's ever demonstrated nothing, so nothing doesn't exist.
Oh, jeez. That could be taken different ways.
I love it. You can go along with that. I think there's something circular with it. So who knows how? Argument from ignorance? I don't know nothing. I can't argue from ignorance. How can you even argue from ignorance? That's a fallacy in itself. If you're ignorant, you can't argue from ignorant of arguments. That is.
Good luck.
Oh, he's jumping in again. All right.
That's why the good luck.
Make room. Come on in, man.
Move over. Can you point to a nothing?
Okay, do I kill you with the echo again?
No,
No?
I don't hear it myself. but
Hello.
I don't hear it myself, but sorry, I had to shut the door here.
I hear an echo from you
It is from me.
and from me, but I couldn't I tried reproducing it elsewhere. While you guys were talking, I couldn't do it. I don't know how I would address that echo then.
Let me see if that helps.
I have no idea. It's not as bad as when we
I-
first
I
tested.
disconnected the iPad from the mixing board. That might. No, it's still going, isn't it?
Is it
I
possible
don't know.
it's not my fault?
Oh. Famous last words. I just don't know what the hell. Did I get rid of it?
Nope.
I did not get rid of it.
Oh well. Live streams tend to have a lot more problems.
Oh, there's so many things you can ping shit off of.
Yeah. Especially the more people you have in it, the more it happens.
Yeah. And I want to hear myself though, so I turn it back.
But again, this seems to happen more with these live streams and Google Plus Hangouts than it does with Skype.
Well, yeah, because of the distance that the radio waves have to travel. You have that big delay.
It's
and then
also voice over IP. Skype
it's
is
just because I've
an
got such a
internet
godly voice that
service.
it echoes all over the universe. That is facetiousness. Get ready for sarcasm.
Tempted to say that if I ever try to do a live stream with other people, I'm going to pester them into Skype. Just host the Skype call live. A recording of my desktop.
I'm wondering.
You're wondering?
Nothing is a
That could be
conspiracy
dangerous.
that can only be debunked if 17
Who wrote the book
skeptics come
alone?
together to form a circle. Just traveling to space and back. Give it a second.
So what does an introvert do? He starts live interviews with people on the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I was going to ask you two chaosism. See, I hate that ism at the end. It's
Ha
too
ha
much,
ha.
especially with bourbon under your breath. No, that you did that little duel scene or whatever. You did that animation on there, huh?
Oh yeah.
That's cool, man. I have no idea how to do that.
Oh, you're talking about the one, the agnosticism video, right?
Yes, yeah.
There's actually I made a full version of that fight. It's on like an unlisted video on my channel. The link to it is on the video on my channel that's pointing to Godless Cranium's video.
Secret links.
Yeah, this is a secret link in there. Well, I don't want to kind of mix up the theme I'm trying to get with my channel. Like, Keep the nonsense off a little bit, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I always think about if you would all of a sudden get a viral video and just have tons of subscribers, I'd probably not like that so much for a while. Like now I gotta do something.
It would probably be pretty. It'd probably be pretty hard to adjust to.
Yeah, yeah.
But you get that situation wherever you make a video, people will jump in and comment on that other video constantly, right?
Yeah. One thing I noticed is right after I put Aaron Ra's video up, it was probably like that last October with him. I videotaped him and his wife over in LA here when they promoting his book. And all of a sudden, in one night, I had 1,400 views on that video. I was like, holy shit.
No.
And I got a lot of, that's when I first discovered the whack jobs out there. I've asked Arn to debate me 300 times, and he's afraid to. And it's like, all right, next.
Just imagine how much you'd have been growing if you actually knew how to use the tags properly.
I know.
That's something I screwed up. I went into this completely blind, knowing nothing of what I was doing.
I still have no clue on that.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. Yeah.
Go ahead.
You think so?
Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff
I knew as much as I didn't know, I would know a lot.
Well, yeah, everybody would if that was the case.
Yeah. Especially with epistemic nihilism.
What was that?
Epistemological nihilism. There is no such thing as knowledge, so if you know everything you didn't know, that would literally be everything.
Yeah. But now, I started out not knowing so much about YouTube specifically, but like back in 2014, I'd been posting things on DeviantArt and Tumblr, and then before that and after that, I owned websites. I still technically own one domain, it's just no longer hosted. So I didn't exactly come in knowing nothing, just not knowing so much that was YouTube specific.
Yeah, I get to claim zero knowledge. So, yeah, I started looking into this with a disagreement between me and a friend, which was about 2 years ago. I don't know how the questions came up. It wasn't even really disagreements, but that's when I started looking up random stuff online. You know how that works, just perusing different sites.
Oh, yeah.
Within less than 2 years, I'd gone from not knowing what an atheist is to a strong atheist.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're like just like in a fence or whatever before you kind of started thinking on YouTube.
Oh
It was
my
just
god.
not knowing anything about it, even not even giving it a thought. Just wasn't there. There was no reason to. So it's like coming to it like purely neutral. Kind of weird, I guess.
I'm going to see if my phone will let me get rid of this app while I'm still on the call.
If it's got an echo on it, please get rid of that too.
If I knew how to do that, I would. But this app is driving me crazy. If I wanted...
I'm gonna have to give my story here a little. Because when I first got on YouTube I don't even remember how long ago. But it started me kind of going down the skeptic thing on YouTube, and finding all the stuff in the atheist stuff was my best friend. Him and I were friends for I don't know how many, 15, 20 years. But he believed in perpetual motion. He thought perpetual motion machines were possible. And I spent 4 years trying to show him that they weren't possible. And that's what, every time I go on the sites, I'd be going to these guys that get debunked or whatever. And eventually, the potholder, and then there you have it. After that, you're in the floodgates. And the atheist experience, I watched a marathon of them when I first came across it. And it's like, cool.
Yeah, when you're
Logical
talking
fallacies. I could use that in my life.
when you're talking to people online, especially people who believe this, like really dedicated to these beliefs, That's where like psychology comes into play. Like I study lots of psychology. If you've seen any of the videos I made, you like the
You're
site.
very well educated with it.
It's all my personal investigation, but I apply it. I've actually had a fair number of Kent Hovind's followers in discussions turn around and start defending what I said against other people, which is really weird.
Yay, it worked. I got it to stop giving me notifications about people saying random nonsense.
Random
I
nonsense.
wish I would have known about that. I would have just kept entering random nonsense then.
I don't know if you were entering any. It was Minds that was sending me notification after
I thought
notification.
it was from here. Okay.
No.
You
No,
used to believe in
every like
perpetual
30
motion?
seconds.
Pure carbon? No, say it ain't so. Well, I believe in perpetual motion because the universe is kind of doing that right now, but I don't believe in the machines that they say can do it. Happens to be that friction thing out there in this universe that makes it not possible.
So just put the machine in a vacuum.
Perfect.
So, is there a vacuum in the entirety of space, or is there friction going to happen somewhere in there? Oh, there'll be a vacuum in space. Just suck really hard.
Really?
Oh.
Hey, I'll be here all week. Try the veal.
Yeah, I'm not going to make a video on that topic.
Veal?
No, Godless Cranium said that Chaosism is a garbage human.
Well, that is pretty accurate, I suppose.
So you
Yes, but I'm fairly certain I know where that came from, and if I'm correct, I'm not making a video on it.
Yeah, I think enough people have done that.
Oh my god. And of course, with basically no nuance in most of it. Oh, ha ha ha, look at this was so stupid, and they were horrible for it. Yeah, there was a lot wrong with it, but, like, it's just like, every time people respond, they just can't grasp certain sides. And then I have this weird thing, like, I've had enough times in my life where I've been the person that would not, like, I've never done anything serious. I've never killed someone or anything like that, but I've had times in my life where I've literally had to steal, and I've had times in my life where I've literally had to do other things that people hate. So, like, I can relate to that side of things all the time. So, just, I've been watching people go on and on about how it's just horrible that she did that, and they can't believe that anybody would apologize to her, and it's like, I can believe it. Because they actually know more background than most of us do about her. Like, they might know something that's actually going on, why she would respond that way. I'm a shitty atheist for never killing anyone.
Or having eaten a baby. I've heard that.
I didn't even get that baby thing. Was that from the Bible?
I don't even know where that's from. I just hear that a lot.
I don't know, but I've seen it everywhere.
I always think of Austin Powers. Get in my belly. Yeah, you know what? I've never known about the eating my baby thing unless I got on the YouTube, whatever, debates between blah, 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 idiots and normal people.
Yeah. The only place I can imagine that coming from is like someone arguing that subjective morality would lead to atheists being able to eat babies and it's not objectively wrong. I could see it coming from that.
Probably.
There we go. You know what? I got tied in the comment section with some guy that's trying to freaking use that in whatever. It's like, all right, can't we play cribbage instead? And I'll take you for your money.
Yeah, I think the moral argument is probably the most annoying one to me, because it's like, they'll start saying that stuff, and all I'm sitting there doing is going, how can I trust you if you need religion in order to know not to kill people?
Well, the thing is, they forgot what it's like to be helpless as a little kid and not be able to do anything and not know anything. And get taught things. So
Mhm.
that's pretty much it. They just
Yeah,
took it for granted that they learned it.
there's a lot of questions you could ask that poke holes and that kind of thing. Like, for instance, objective means true, independent of the mind in philosophy or in the sense of the moral argument.
But how do you know?
Well, I mean, that's
Oh
the
God,
definition
yeah,
of
you're
it.
just brain fizz.
But
How do you know?
but you're saying objective morals couldn't exist independent of God's mind, or the mind of God is kind of has tripped a few people up, because without God being there, those morals don't exist. So they are dependent on God's mind, unless you don't think
So they're
God's
not
mind.
objective. They're just
Right, they're
God's
not
morals.
objective. It's just a higher authority saying that this is the case. And why would you listen to them anyway? Why do you listen to God and
I'll tell you
obey
what.
the moral laws
If I may,
because God says so?
from my point of view, when they say something about God, first they got to prove that God exists. So they already can't even tell me that anything's objective after that, except for the objective thing is that they haven't proven that God exists. And that's the way I look at it. They're presuppositional and all that. That unless you, I guess that's the way I am. And it's maybe
Well,
that's why it's easy for me to argue with them, because it's like, prove God exists first.
Well-
It doesn't matter what you go with after that.
Well, that works if you're dealing with a presuppositionalist, but they're not the only ones that'll make that moral argument.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's better to entertain that
Actually, they all
assumption
make-
just to delve into deeper issues.
Actually, they all have to make that presuppositional thing, because when it comes down to the boil of it, they're all presuppositional, because they're saying God exists in a certain sense. Otherwise their argument doesn't work at all unless God exists first. Or am I yapping now?
Yeah, it still doesn't lead to much of a debate. Like, you can't really debate a presuppositionalist, like the ones that think you have to believe in God in order to,
Yeah.
have any knowledge. But you
they
can
would've been-
actually have a discussion or a
Those are-
debate with
they're
some
the
of the
ones that have been
others.
next to Takamata, fucking pitting us to the stretching wheel.
I actually had a debate with or a discussion with a presuppositionalist only once, I think. And the strategy I used, the first thing I did was say, all right, God exists, sure. And he told me this. I have direct knowledge of this, so I know it for sure. And then
Yeah.
he tried to use that same thing against me, and it just kind of backfired. It was funny, and he ended up leaving because presuppositionalism often runs on a very tight script, and they have to anticipate everything you're going to say. So if you do something differently, you throw them way off.
Nice.
But there's different approaches, and yeah, their strategy is to just not answer your questions is a big part of it. They cannot do that.
Yeah, it's like a big cog disc switch. On.
Mhm.
Talk to you later.
Okay, I completely missed Pure Carbon claiming to accidentally subscribe to 3 people.
Oh, you missed that?
Yeah, I just noticed that. Accidentally.
That's because he's pure carbon.
That doesn't follow.
I don't know.
Not at all.
Burn it. Let's keep warm tonight.
Oh. So are there any theist YouTubers you guys follow in particular? Because there's a couple I follow, I usually argue with in the comments about their own video, like Inspiring Philosophy and Missing the Mark.
Missing the mark. I really don't follow anybody, but I'll search around and look at their stuff just once in a while to see if there's something that's really out of the whack or whatever. Yeah, I guess I try to make response videos when I can, or find one that I like doing.
Mhm.
Seems like there's so many people covering it right now, but maybe I should do more of them.
A weird one I found, not a lot of people are subscribed to him, A Bit of Orange. Have you heard of that one?
No, I haven't.
That guy's crazy. That guy is so full of assumptions and straw men. He has a straw man army on his channel through all his videos. It's actually pretty entertaining. But I think I'm subscribed to more theist channels than I am atheist channels, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see that because I mean, I don't know. I grew up not paying attention to the religious people. I just never, until I got to see a few things like Ken Hovind.
Yeah,
There he is, the godfather of the atheist experience on freaking YouTube.
yeah. That's pretty fun. And watching the flat Earth stuff is really, really well. It's disappointing, like for humanity in general. I just
Yeah.
I just saw a video where someone was filming the sun and the moon visible in the day, and you could see, it's about a quarter moon.
And claiming it.
He was saying the way the sun is right next to the moon should be fully illuminated, but it's not. NASA's lying to us. The moon is its own light source, and it's a really, really stupid video, of course.
If you look really, really, really hard at the moon, you can see me peeing on the darks where it starts turning shadowy on there. Just hiding in the shadow right there on the edge of it. But it does. You gotta look real hard.
Yeah.
The claims that some of them make are just like, wow. They do not answer to anything that's reasonable. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
Well, seriously, if you want to see some wacky claims besides religion or
yeah, actually, I do.
religion, creationism, and flat Earth, seriously, just get on Minds and refresh the news feed and go through it a few times. Somebody had linked to a video that proved that the government had confirmed chemtrails.
Wow.
Yay,
Awesome.
chemtrails.
I can't wait till them chemtrails freeze so I can climb on them.
The video that, well, it wasn't a video, the article that I kept getting notification after notification on was saying how human women suffer from the same false pregnancy symptoms as dogs.
Well,
The Act 17 Apologetics page is just as creepy, says Snuffy.
Yeah, I see that. And then
Ooh,
there's always
chemtrails.
chemtrails and reptoids.
I think chemtrails are responsible for global warming. Maybe we could ask some conspiracy theorists about that.
What was that? I think one of my favorite videos of all time was when Potholer put that one up with that sprinkler system. That lady's talking about the rainbow. See that rainbow in the sprinkler system? There was a sprinkler there. That means that there's this putting stuff in the attic. I freaking just laughed so freaking hard after seeing that.
Well,
Yeah, I couldn't believe that one though. Apparently, my mental illness is just from not ever being pregnant.
Is that what it is? Well,
And the first time that, oh no, it's only women.
well, I'll never get pregnant, so I'm really
It's because we aren't getting
I'm not
and it's
pregnant either.
the cause of and it's apparently the cause of people supporting immigration, protecting immigrants, protecting and supporting Muslims, hoarding animals, having animals, treating animals as like their children.
That's just
Everything.
It, though, isn't it? That's just it, though, isn't it? We're all kind of programmed to accept somebody as an authority figure and telling the truth to us, and I just see that too much with people just accepting it for what it is. Like, oh, that guy's got a nice suit on. He's got a posh mustache. Let's listen to what he says and do that. And I think that happens way too much these days. I don't
Primal eating?
primal eating.
What the hell is primal eating?
Did I say primal eating?
No, sorry.
Oh, it hasn't come up on mine yet.
she's in another world.
No, it wasn't the chat. I was glancing at something else because
Oh.
of notifications on my screen. And
Primal eating, you gotta see me.
since
eat
I
ribs
have
or
gone
hot
to
wings.
primal eating,
Just watch me eat hot
like
wings. or
what the
something.
hell is primal eating?
Yeah, see Pure Kyron's comment there. I've actually heard that too. I wanted to find a study about that. About conspiracy theorists like achieving a high when they think they've realized something that no one else knows and they just keep chasing it.
Yeah,
I
I just want.
but somebody commented
Sounds like fun.
on my channel page a while back talking about the dopamine high for like religious context. So I didn't delete it. It's still sitting up there if anybody wants to look at it
Okay.
at some point. The discussion about the weird things just reminded me of that somebody was arguing against religion from that angle. Just randomly sent it on my channel. I'm just like, okay, I'll unflag this, but why?
Oh, was that challenge that Godless took on that last video of his or whatever to put yourself in the shoes of trying to prove that God exists?
Yeah.
I could not. I sat there for the longest time thinking about it. I can't do it. My brain just doesn't work that way. There's no way I could.
I honestly didn't even try.
I can parrot one of their arguments, but I can't actually. Even with the one that Godless was giving them, it was like, that's a bad argument.
Well, yeah, if you thought that there was really a good argument, would you be an atheist?
I can't turn my brain that way. I just
Yeah,
can't.
playing devil's advocate has its place, but trying to formulate an argument for God is difficult because I can't get myself to put forth things I know are not right.
Yeah, I mean, I can go and say, I know what all the fallacies are about it, because it's like God's just metaphysical. He's beyond this universe. He's immaterial. He's whatever. Well, that's pretty much the definition of imaginary to me. So, I can't. There's no way I could. And I understand what he was saying with the what was it, irreducible or intelligent design kind of a argument that you can look at the beauty in the world. Is that what he's saying? I can't remember.
That's like specifically the argument from beauty, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was using it in like reference to pantheism, I think, which is where everything is.
Basically, and it gets down to you can't prove that there isn't a God, so it's why not just kind of go with it with that or whatever.
Just let anthropomorphism take over.
And I think that's the way all atheists are. Well, not all atheists, but most of us are. We're like, it just is what it is. The universe could have had a creator, but I know he doesn't care about us.
Yeah, we still have that basic inclination, like I said, anthropomorphism and like the pareidolia effect.
Yeah.
So that's where like deism comes into play, because how would you ever come to that conclusion otherwise, unless you're just inclined to think there's something behind everything, some intelligence.
Well, it's our pattern seeking too. I mean,
yeah, there's a lot to it. I've actually formed quite a long argument with psychology and history that in utilizing Occam's razor against the notion of any form of God being the case.
I guess I've never done that, but I can see how it will work pretty easy.
Yeah, I actually engaged in a forum where they're very technical for a while, so I've actually learned formal logic and the notation. I've gone off like predicate calculus and some of the modal logics. So I've compiled a few custom, unique deductive arguments and whatnot. Like one of them is called the argument from righteous bloodshed.
Okay.
And the conclusion of that one is that all religious violence conducted by anyone, including ISIS, is condoned by God, logically, as a result of deductive logic.
Wow.
Yeah, and that basically works in the sense, just to break it down, is that we know people believe in God, right? The reason we can believe in a transcendent being, the only way we could know that by definition is for that being to will us to know. And so if any kind of revelation or anything is true, that means God has chosen to influence our world and influence our lives. If you argue that giving knowledge to somebody is a violation of free will, God has already done that then, so it annihilates that defense. So in essence, what it says is God has given us enough information so that we have distorted it and confused ourselves to the point we are killing each other. People who think they're doing good in God's will are killing each other. So it's not even a matter of free will there either, because people aren't doing evil. They fully believe they're doing good, God's will. So God has given us enough information to get us to that point and then left it at that, when he is fully capable of giving more information in intervening in the world to solve those people who are trying to do Israel, like ISIS. Like if he revealed ISIS, no, I don't like doing that, they would stop because they're trying to do his
So
will.
what point are you saying that God stopped giving us the information that he wanted to give us? When did he stop doing that?
Well, that depends. That comes from the theistic perspective. Like anyone who believes in God and believes like revelations are real or the Bible is real, that's where he stopped that. The fact that like there's atheists and people who don't know the supposed truth is evidence of that he didn't
I mean, that's just it,
convincingly
though, for
continue.
the
But this is like a really brief breakdown of what it is. It's actually pretty structured.
That's just it for the apologetics, though, is you can shift it all over the place if you want to for that part of it, you know?
Yeah, that's the point of this argument. It actually closes all those doors as it goes. I'll have to make a video on it one day because it seems pretty successful. People, I've asked people specifically like this to find the problems with this thing, and then I literally haven't heard back from about 5 people. So
The final chase, Scooby-Doo, where are you? That's kind of what I think of.
mhm.
Pure Carbon says let's invest in VR to give people the ability to temporarily live in a world of perfection.
Define perfection in a non-adjective form. Because perfect only makes sense when you're talking about like the fit of a puzzle piece or something like that.
Perfect is what I have envisioned in my mind.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about virtual reality, it could be perfect according to whoever is using it. So
I said my mind.
But-
Perfect is
yeah.
right in my mind. I can see it right.
Well, what if we
Yeah,
are in a
but
virtual reality?
I don't think. Well, yeah, there's that too. But before that was the mention that there's a correlation between the rise in things like television and electronics and decline in these delusions. But I don't think it's really just because they have more entertainment. I think it's also got to do with the fact that a lot of that stuff has actual educational value. I mean, people think of TV and that as not having any, but there have been a lot of shows that actually taught people. There is a lot of information on the internet. So I don't think the decline's been just because they're more entertained. I think it's actually had to do with better education.
Oh shit! I just lost the chat line. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Stupid round Earth.
So better access to education.
I
see
hate
that in
round
the live
Earth.
chat.
I
So-
want it to be flat.
The bad thing about it too is that we have better control over the access to that information too. You can like funnel the information you want to yourself or to other people, and we do that all the time. Like
One of my-
Well,
One of my goals when I started getting more and more active is to teach people critical thinking skills, to learn how to look up stuff or whatever. You know, make sure everybody understands that it's just a couple clicks on
Yeah.
the mouse click away, and you can know the truth about it rather than sit there and jump to some stupid freaking conclusion where I'm gonna have to whap you over the head with a freaking. You know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
but I don't think that like I know how common the idea that this is a bad thing that people can filter out the information that way is, but I don't think it's necessarily all bad. I mean, we wouldn't be able to handle all of the information that goes on, so we'd have to filter it out some way. It's more a matter of how people are choosing to do it. The fact that so many people do it in a lazy way that just let the programs decide for them based on what they've liked or whatever, and
No.
it doesn't like challenge at all.
If the religious right starts cutting into my freaking orgies on Thursdays, there's going to be hell to pay. I cannot freaking allow them to take that away from me.
Yeah, well, that's not to do with how somebody filters out content and information for themselves or others. That's to do with like that would have to be regulation actually censoring
Oh, there's
things.
filters at
Otherwise,
the orgies.
yeah.
the one true death algorithm.
Who's Al? And why does he get rid of them? Yeah, fuck y'all. Don't like my joke.
No, we loved it. We loved it.
I can tell.
Yeah, most amazing joke ever.
Never heard two people sigh as fucking
Can't you
loud as
tell how
do.
excited I am?
No.
All right, I won't be here all week.
Anti-life equation.
Empty life equation.
Yeah.
So why does it hurt when I pee? Said
Well,
Frank
don't
Zappa.
I would
grip
see a
it so hard.
doctor.
What's wrong with you?
I knew he should have stayed off.
Hey, I don't have that, so
What's that?
I don't have that part, so
So, are you guys gonna watch the Ken Hovind King Crocoduck debate?
I didn't even know about it, to be honest with you. I knew a little bit about it, but I wasn't really. I don't pay too much attention to them these days for some reason.
It was hilarious the first time, like a couple weeks ago. Oh,
Yeah.
Hovind got smashed. I actually had the debate open on I think Steve McRae's channel and on Kent Hovind's channel, and I was watching the chats on both of them and comparing them, and it's like night and day. Because King Crocoduck is a physicist.
Yeah, he's
All
yeah,
of
he's-
all of Kent's
Poor
people,
thing.
got his credentials.
yeah, all of Kent's people were just dismissing it, and some were literally saying, "I don't understand what he said." Therefore, Kent won the debate. But it was
that's
fun to
not-
watch.
that's not how things work. You don't win because people don't understand. And Pure Carbon, really, autism causes vaccines.
What did you say?
Autism
Autism
causes
causes
vaccines.
Yeah.
What's that? Some sort of pro-soccer or Proctor Hawk kind of confusion?
But yeah, I don't know if I'll watch or not. To be honest, I haven't been keeping up with a lot of the stuff in general. I mean, I watch quite a few atheist channels basically to support, and I do think that it's a good thing for people to do, but it's not really most of what's compelled me to talk other than a few very specific things. I mean, where
And
I
you wanna
am,
talk
I'm
about 'em.
literally well,
but-
and I've also got this problem of like if people actually did like from real life they actually discover my stuff and it wouldn't be that hard to make the links if they wanted to. Um I don't know if it would or wouldn't cause problems because I'm basically living on government stuff and charity. And the charity is mostly religious.
Yeah.
We've literally had a church pay our bills repeatedly because the situation gets so bad.
Yeah. I'm
So-
sorry to hear that.
So I mean, they probably wouldn't. It's the church my wife goes to, so yes, I have a husband and a wife. If anybody caught that from earlier, but it's the church my wife goes to, and they don't seem like they would pull that kind of thing on people. But I mean, you never know. You never really can know
Yeah,
if they decide that they're not going to help just because they found out something like that.
yeah. Today I saw this. She could have been like 13, 12-year-old girl, but she was saying that she was an atheist on her thing or whatever. I'm like going,
Mm-hmm.
you just see it. It's like, wow, what a bad position to be in. Because I can imagine being about that age and coming out and saying that on YouTube that you're an atheist. And wow, yeah.
Well, it also depends on where you are. Like, if your family doesn't have a problem with it and
She was-
you're not
she was-
relying on. Yeah.
I was compelled to watch it because she kept on talking about her. She talked to her grandma, and her grandma said, "That's wrong. That's wrong way of thinking." And she was using logic, and it's like, it made me proud to see somebody so young using logic. But
Yeah.
is she gonna be at that age? I can see her getting trolled and not being able to handle the apologists.
Well, I mean, to be honest, it's not even just an age thing, and people discount just how many people there are that are really young that are using this stuff anyway.
Yeah.
That's another thing that I frequently end up getting into. Like, people will sit there and defend all the trolling and everything about how it doesn't actually cause harm or whatever. And all I can do is sit there and think, there are people like me who have conditions that actually the stuff can impact. And worse yet, there are a lot of children, even way younger than supposed to be on the site.
Impressionable yet?
Yeah.
Impressionable. I'm not sorry, I'm not actually like. That sounds more like Seth Andrews now.
But often it's like good luck getting through to people. It doesn't even matter what side somebody's on. They're often just so stuck in whatever ideology they hold that they won't even listen to anything else.
Yeah, get the good old backfire effect.
Yep.
Yeah, for two ways to fight against something like that is one is you concede ground immediately, and so you work off a commonality rather than a divide, or you
Yeah.
come off more extreme than they are, so they move away from your position and become more moderate. Kind of weird. I haven't tried that one yet.
Interesting. I think I'll just take the 12 gauge and the hell. You
That's
listen to me.
the most direct. Yeah.
Uh huh.
Yeah. I don't know. That kind of stuff, like, that is things that would be more something you could do if you're actually talking one-on-one. That would be hard to do, like, making a video or something.
Possible for me to
Because,
take anybody, to be honest with you.
yeah.
I'm an absolutist when it comes to that. They'd have to kill me first.
I don't make any assumptions about trolls being children.
I
They're,
don't know what trolls are, but
I've
boy,
known.
are evil.
And I mean, there are definitely children that troll, but there are also definitely adults that are doing it too.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Can you say you haven't trolled yourself at least once or twice?
Have you considered trolling, like going up to Lake of the Woods in Minnesota and getting all the walleye? Yeah, I've been trolling.
I mean, yeah, it tends to come down to what somebody's calling that. Like, if you're referring to anything that's just trying to get a rise out of somebody that's just messing with them, sure, I've done it, but mostly to people I actually know, like messing around with someone I know is not going to be a problem. It's not something I go just in random comments and like, well, I'm going to leave a comment just to try to piss off people.
Yeah, I think that would be more in line with what a troll's supposed to be, though. It gets overused quite a bit. Kind of like straw man and ad hominem. They get used all the time when it's not applicable.
Mm-hmm.
Kills the word.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how words become reverse pejoratives and pejoratives or whatever. So, language semantics. What a great thing. I didn't think we'd understand. You know, actually, that comes. I remember now this Buddha quote that I read was I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's like it totally made me think about how the language is taken out of context or whatever through the years, and it said basically if you argue with a fool, the only result is going to be there will be two fools. I'm like, that can't be exactly what he said because that just doesn't make sense. There's no, you know.
I've heard if you try to argue with an idiot, they'll just drag you down to their level and beat you with experience.
Yeah, and
yeah, I've heard that too.
It depends on how you define argument. You know, the way I define argument is like we're two people coming together and trying to come to a conclusion and figure out the best possible way to solve the problem, not yelling at each other. And that's I guess that's the context of it. You know. What is this old hippie?
Yeah, well, like I've said before that, like, I technically like to argue. Like, I like to make arguments in some instances. I like to disagree with people and discuss it.
What do you mean?
Yeah, yes, I am. I'm not going to deny that. But, like, I don't like the heated, angry style of it. Just, like, when it gets like that, I don't want any part of it, really. I can't always pull myself away, but I don't actually want it.
Actually, a moral contrarian.
A moral contrarian.
Moral sociopathic contrarian. There we go. I tried to put a positive light on that sociopath, but it just doesn't work, does it? That's a pejorative word. So does anybody know how to diagram a sentence?
It's also I used to.
You used to. So can you take the word fuck and use it only that word in a sentence and be able to diagram it and it all come out perfectly? Like, fuck, fuckers.
Yeah, that's the most magic word in the English language. You can use that
It's the
for
greatest word of all
literally
time
anything.
just because of that. And I'm trying to make a sentence that you can diagram out and it will be a legitimate, complete sentence.
Yeah, you just gotta change some forms and whatnot.
What's that?
You just have to change some forms like fucking and fucker.
No compound words.
No,
Fuck.
that's not a compound
Those are
word.
compound words.
You said fucking, yeah. Fucking, fucker, fucked.
Ing is not a word.
But nothing like fuck nuts or fuck ball or
Right.
Well, that's
Yeah, you don't need that.
that's what I want to avoid.
The real problem would be not adding any articles.
No, just think of this. This would be my sentence. Fuck, fucking, fucked, fucks. Fucking fuckers. Is that a complete sentence?
Say it again.
Oh, it's probably gonna
I
change
actually
now.
think it might have been.
Fuck, fucking, fucked, fuckers. Fucking fucks. It's a different, but I think that's a complete sentence, right? It's close. I know it can be done. I just
Keep at it.
couple more shots of Jack and I'll be fine. Yeah, one thing about me is diagramming or grammar was my worst. I was C+ at the best when it came to grammar. But I just want to. If the teacher said there was diagramming sentences would come up, I would be playing hooky from school and fishing for walleye.
I didn't have any problem with that stuff in school.
Adios, pure carbon. Is he gone already?
No, he's long gone, I think.
Yeah, I would
Wait,
think
wait,
so
wait.
too. That's been there.
There's still 4 people watching now. I think one of them's. I had the chat open.
Yeah, so do I. So,
So that's 3 people. Oh, now there's 3 people.
so probably us.
We're just watching ourselves.
Could be. That way it's echoing.
I think it's exactly what's happening.
Hey, thanks for coming up and talking, man. This was pretty cool talking to you.
Talking to her, right?
No, you.
Oh, me?
Talking to everybody. Actually,
Oh, there is somebody still in the chat.
No,
Don't you got tomatoes to grow, man?
He's got to have something better to do than this.
Then sit here and watch us talk to each other about random crap.
We're gonna talk about
Yeah, like
conjunctions.
totally unstructured conversations. Yeah.
Conjunction. What's your function?
So were you still gonna make a guest video for Godless Cranium's channel?
Me? I already did.
Oh, you did? When did you make one?
You talking to her?
Well, no, it's not
Yeah.
already been like published or anything. I've already sent it to him.
Yeah, okay. Do you get that intro?
I saw that.
Okay.
That's pretty funny.
That was pretty funny.
So, how can we get a unicorn
D&D.
animation going that I got for you then? La lady. I think that would work good with you. I see that unicorn running through the rain.
It's a good visual.
Coming to the
Like I
coming to the
said,
rescue
I-
at the last minute. And then having
I
a
can
flamenco.
make my thing move across the screen, but that's about it. My animation skills in Blender are enough that I can make my scrolling credits. And that's it.
I can make
Well-
Stickman move around and get hit by text on the screen.
That was cool, man. If I ever even like, I don't know, I could probably draw it on a couple pieces of paper and then like flick it like the old days where brush through the pages.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's literally just doing it frame by frame. I could take individual frames, throw them in GIMP, and turn it into an animation.
Yeah,
But
but all of a sudden, when you're talking about that with the computer, you're talking about the maths, and I can do it visually, but I can't really do the maths.
no, like if you've got a scanner, you can actually hand draw stuff, scan it in, and then use those frame by frame to make an image.
Yeah,
that
you gotta
moves.
have a pretty stable scan. Yeah, I can't really just use your phone to take a picture because then the grid's kind of accurate.
overly complicated.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Let's call it Bachman.
Hey, I use cheapo. I use a cheapo program called Anime Studio. It's
Anime
actually
Studio.
really, yeah, it's pretty cheap and it's really easy to make characters and animate them around. The Stickman obviously is really easy.
I'm just gonna hire real actors for my videos.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
I was gonna originally do like any normal person does, I guess, on YouTube. But then I figured like showing my face or some just static avatar would be kind of just a waste of space. So I decided I was going to use it for like visual depictions of what I was talking about, visual aids. And then I actually started animating
good
those
idea.
while I was making it. Yeah, I don't think anyone should have to look at my face today.
I mean, if I actually knew what I was doing animating, I'd probably want to do something similar because that is a really good way to do it. It gives people something to look at, it keeps their attention, or it's just all around a better idea. I just don't have a clue what I'm doing, and I have a $0 budget.
Yeah, the $0 budget is no good.
Like it probably.
Hey,
I was
it's
thinking,
worked out for me so far.
Yeah.
Maybe just grab like a horse running through the range scene or whatever on a film thing, and then turn it into animation or whatever. Put the animation kind of thing on it, or whatever, automatic animation. Doesn't that work very well? What? Quit laughing at me, lady.
Oh,
Ooh, fireworks down in the valley. The Mexicans are going crazy down here.
but no, I mean, my $0 budget hasn't really been a problem so far. I have a video editor. I have an operating system that costs nothing. I have an audio editor that costs nothing.
Yeah. That's a good accomplishment there.
I got a lot of things that keep giving me problems, so don't worry about it. The more you have, the more fucking shit that breaks on you. Could go wrong.
Oh, I prefer using Linux over Windows or Mac anyway, and that's how I can get all this stuff for free because open source community. They can charge for it, but they don't usually.
Yeah. For doing live streaming, OBS. That's really good software. But I'm too lazy to do a lot of the figuring out on there, and I'm not sure. Well, I wanted to get.
It's not hard. I've already got it. I got it set up when I was bored this morning on my computer under Linux, and I already was sitting there messing with it, setting up individual windows that it would recognize and crap. I mean, I didn't stream my doing that. I just did it on my computer after setting it up to be able to stream. But yeah.
When you get to be my age, I'm going to ask you how that learning quantum physics is going for you, and see how quick you learn.
If you need help setting that up, I mean, depends on how much you trust me. But
I trust you all the way. I just yeah. Go ahead.
Well, there's a program out there that as long as you're not using it for professional purposes, as long as it's being used personally, like one person helping another, not a company or something, you can use it for free. It's called TeamViewer, and it has Windows, Linux, and Mac versions. And what it does is it lets somebody remotely control your computer. So literally, somebody across the world could install something for you or help you set it up.
Well, I can actually Chrome has a desktop app or whatever. You can use Chrome desktop through the Chrome browser and just
I didn't know about that one. I'd have to check it out.
Yeah, Chrome. Yeah, that's.
I've used TeamViewer a bit with my sister who needed help with things, or a couple times, like, I won't give out my password to anything, so when one of my sisters or my one friend wants to get a new computer to access my Steam library, for instance, I'll log in to set it up
Yeah.
remotely like that. That way I don't have to actually give them my password, but I also don't have to be there in person to let somebody use it.
I'm gonna tweet out to Twitter verse that we're still chatting.
Yeah, I could send it around if I guess, but it's like, well, it's only about 11 here. It's nothing unusual for me. Oh,
Yeah, I'm usually up till the next day pretty frequently. I don't sleep every day.
I'll sleep when I die.
That's exactly it.
I sleep
I
when
always
I
feel
can
like I
manage
missed
to
something if I
actually
fucking
sleep. Now, I sleep when I can sleep because it takes me forever to actually get to sleep.
Can relate to that.
So,
If I get more than 2 hours of sleep, I'm like, wow, something could have just happened.
oh, I can sleep plenty long at a time, but it takes me, it can literally take me 5 or 6 hours to fall asleep sometimes.
Just 2-minute power naps every 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yeah, you have to pull over every 2 minutes. Well, I guess you wouldn't have to pull over, but it's probably advised.
Nah, I mean, think of how many
Just
times
post this to nobody.
your reflexes take over for that little bit, right when you're first not off there. So you got a chance. You usually wake up by the time you hear the headlights coming or see the headlights coming at you and the horn honk.
Yeah, usually is the key word there.
Yeah.
Hey,
don't think
I'm
we
still
wanna
here. So
risk
far,
even-
so good.
Yeah.
I don't think most of us want to risk even once not being.
Yeah. When I die, I want to go peacefully in my sleep.
When I die,
Not
I'm gonna be late
kicking
for
and-
my funeral.
No, that is actually. Here's the way it goes. It goes. When I die, I want to die peacefully in my sleep like my grandfather. Not screaming and crying like the people in his car.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Yeah.
You know what the little boy said when he saw the
Back
elephants
off of
coming?
that.
Oh.
The elephants are coming. The elephants are coming. You know what he said when he saw the elephants coming when they were wearing sunglasses?
What?
Nothing. He didn't recognize them.
I was laughing on the inside.
You know, a hiding elephant? Paint his toes red and put him in the strawberry patch. You know what you shoot a blue elephant with? Blue elephant gun.
See, now there wouldn't be any more viewers after this.
You know what you shoot a pink elephant with? Come on, what do you shoot a pink elephant with? Let's hear
Just go ahead.
it. Well, somebody's got to say pink elephant gun. All right, no, you don't
And
shoot
the-
with a pink elephant gun. You squeeze his balls till he turns blue, and then you shoot him with a blue elephant gun. But
And to think, I was worried that I would scare people off with being too much of what some would call a social justice warrior or something. Instead, he's scaring people off by telling jokes.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have segued into that.
Running with the devil.
Two watching now. Literally, nobody.
There's less people watching than there are in the.
There's three.
There'll be people in and out here. I just tweeted out. There's gonna be like 30 people here coming.
Well, that's probably not a good thing here, especially if you keep up with what you're doing. So real quick, you guys have comments on like the audio I have here because I have no freaking idea.
Comments on the
On my audio, it's too loud,
it sounds really muddy.
muddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to eliminate the echo, so I had stuff on there. So let's see if I don't know if the echo is on my end or not. I was trying to figure that out for a long time.
It's got to be on. Mine was still doing it too, though. So it could be mine
Right.
doing it.
Does
Could be
that seem a little
combination.
bit better?
Yeah, I can hear your echo, but it's just not muffled now. It's your voice is clear now.
Yeah, because I muffled the microphone, so it would make sense that it sounded muffled, I suppose.
It sounded like you shook
Yeah.
up somebody's crotch. Can't breathe in here. It stinks. Is
Wow.
Okay.
that all you got to say?
Yep.
Exactly.
Wow.
And that really is saying something because earlier today I was complaining about people whose entire comments were wow, yeah, or no.
Well, sometimes that is entirely warranted.
Yes, it is.
Yes, but not in the context that was driving me nuts. People were okay, so like there was a post about a topic, and then people commented underneath it. And in the comments there was agreement and disagreement. And then person comes in with comment that doesn't say anything and not even tagging somebody.
I will definitely have to do that in the future.
Just to try to be annoying.
Yep. Now we know. Now we know.
But you should also know it's not going to work nearly as well when I know somebody's trying to do it.
Oh, you just wait.
Well,
till
you
we-
will after 10,000 or
just
so
wait till we
times.
We put our little jiffy twist on it, and then you won't even know when it's coming. It's gonna side swipe you.
Watch out. I'm not afraid of the block button. I'm not somebody who thinks that it's terrible sin to block anybody.
Oh yeah. What do you think about the history eraser
Yeah,
button?
like
The big red shiny red button.
Go on.
I'm trying to make a play off of Ren and Stimpy there. You ever watch Ren and Stimpy?
That was a long time ago.
But one of their episodes was Space Madness, and at the end of it, they had the history eraser button, and it's like Stimpy goes, "Well, what happens when I push it?" And Stimpy says, "Well, we won't know, will we? Because we're not going to push it, are we? We're going to guard it." And you know what? Even if somebody did push the history eraser button, you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now we're getting into Doctor Who shit.
what's wrong with Doctor Who?
I said. Now we're getting into it. I didn't say nothing or something. Jeez. Jump
Yeah.
on my case right away just for saying.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, I can't help with
season's
that
almost
topic.
You know
over,
what is
though.
wrong with Doctor Who? You know what's wrong with Doctor Who? The last couple of Doctors sucked. I really got. I didn't.
You know
I
what?
haven't
You
watched
want
it
to know what's
since,
really wrong with Doctor Who and why that's the case?
Why? Please.
Moffat. Stephen Moffat, the showrunner.
Huh.
The guy who took over after the 10th Doctor.
Yeah, but that was who was the 10th Doctor again? That was
David Tennant.
David. The
Yeah,
guy after
Tennant-
wasn't
David
so
Tennant.
bad because he had that sidekick, that really good looking redhead.
You like Damie?
Ooh, she's hot. Yeah, I have a thing for redheads, but anyway, that
Yeah.
he was all right. But then after that,
Like-
ugh.
I don't hate Peter Capaldi's Doctor, but every episode that's actually been done by Moffat, in my opinion, has been worse than the ones that have been done by somebody else. I don't really like him as a showrunner. He's also the guy that is doing all this nonsense of let's kill off so and so, let's bring them back.
So do you think like conductors that immediately followed Mozart kind of thought the same thing about him?
I don't know.
Just ain't gonna be able to do it as good as he did. I don't know.
You've never seen any Doctor Who,
Nope. I don't watch TV.
and how dare you abbreviate it, both of you.
I followed suit. I
There's
didn't know
something
that
to
was
be
a
said
sin.
about There's something to be said about a Time Lord who can travel through time and. But when I was a kid, that's when I enjoyed it more. I liked it. I liked it when Billy Piper came in and they when she came in on it, but it just wasn't the same as Tom Baker back in the day when I was a kid.
Yeah, well, obviously I wasn't around at that point, so I didn't get to watch it when it was new in those instances. I have watched some classic, and then I've watched all of the new stuff.
Actually, it's almost impossible to watch the old Tom Baker's part ones, isn't it? They can't. They're really not around, are they?
Oh, they've been pulled a lot. Like, somewhere I have a way to get access to some of them, but really? What kind of abbreviation is that? Let's just pull the vowel.
It's a compromise.
The crew.
Oh.
No.
Holy shit! I got 5 push notifications off of YouTube.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody's joining in, even though, like...
Well, there is some wisdom in the world, I suppose.
There is.
because
A
they're
little.
not joining in on this.
It's elsewhere.
There is. What am I hanging with you guys for?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I'm having fun.
Now, I really did, like, after that question about politics, I totally expected it to go in a direction that would have been probably interesting, but not necessarily the best.
You know, honestly, when I see you say that you get upset over things or whatever, I'm the exact opposite of that. If you hung with me for about a week, I'd probably drive you so freaking crazy because nothing upsets me or nothing excites me. I'm a mellow guy.
No, it doesn't tend to bother me that other people aren't upset by things.
Because everybody hates me for being so mellow that way and perpetual.
Well, I mean, there's probably, like, certain things that would end up annoying me, but, like, in general, it doesn't bother me that other people don't get emotional about it. What tends to bother me about my emotions getting like that and people's response, comes down to the people who seem to think that that shouldn't happen, or that, you know, it's wrong to display it, that you should just always be happy, or never let it influence how you say anything. Or it's like, you can't. You can't not feel them if you happen to have emotions. If you happen to have emotional responses to things, you can't just make them not occur. And it's very difficult to hide them from everything that you're saying or writing. I just don't see why people would expect it.
Expected or
More like demanded a lot of the times.
yeah.
That and also all the people whose response to me arguing something like that, you know, people have a right to respond by being offended by something, or like making a case for something they don't think's a good idea. How often I'll get suggestions that I just shouldn't ever get online or go anywhere in public. If you can't handle such and such, just don't get online.
I've seen you in a couple comment threads where you're doing that. In fact, I think that one where I was like, I was just having fun in it. What was I saying that day? I was being stupid again. Ta-da! That's me.
No, I get it a lot of the time, and like, not everybody means anything by it, but like when you hear over and over again how you should basically just isolate yourself because of problems that already cause you to do a lot of isolating, and that's causing more problems, it gets really annoying.
Sounds like you're isolating problems.
Hey, isolating problems is a good thing because then you can solve individual ones.
Hey, if you guys get as old as me, you'll be fucking as much of a smart ass as I am. So that's all you got to worry about.
No, we could be smart ass without reaching that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as much as a smart ass, you didn't pay much attention to Facebook, did you?
God, I was trying. I really tried hard.
Okay, you sent that message when I was talking about TubeBuddy and the Creator Studio and everything. You sent a message saying that I'd have to show you sometime.
Oh.
My response was to take a screenshot and send it on Facebook.
You showed me? And I missed it?
I sent you a literal screenshot.
Oh, geez. I'm going on Facebook now.
It was quite a bit before our other conversation. I can send it again.
No, I just don't. Like I said, I don't go on Facebook, so I don't really keep it up or keep it on.
Well, I can't send it on YouTube if there's nothing to send attachments.
Oh, there is. There is.
I guess I could send it on
actually,
YouTube.
Actually, the push messages don't work very well on YouTube. It seems like they get.
Yeah, I know.
hit and
Now
miss
I could
them.
email it. But I didn't have your email at the time.
You got it now?
Yeah, you've emailed me, remember?
I did. I can't keep up with that shit. Push
Yes,
notification,
you did.
email, fucking. Yeah, I remember. I remember. Yeah.
Ugh.
How do you like me now?
Do. Screenshot.
Turn on computer to see chat. Hang on. That's the last message you got. FYI, it hung up twice. I think when it asked me to accept the terms, it messed up.
Yeah, it was like way before. It was before we even started talking on Facebook about this conversation that I had sent it. I just emailed it to you because
What's
it'll be
that one?
easier that way.
Have my baby? What the hell is that supposed to mean?
What?
Ah. Sorry. That was Jack saying, hey.
I mean, I don't think this has a thing to share screens, and plus it's on my phone, not on my computer, so I can't just pop it up on screen.
You might be able to. Can I share a screen? Yeah, I can. But that's
Even if you
Is it-
can, I couldn't hook this headset up to the computer and get it to work.
but I'm just saying that there's a way that I can hand what do you call it, the moderation or whatever, or the control over to the Hangout.
Which wouldn't matter because it would be trying to control it from my phone, not my computer.
Yeah, but you're really good.
My
at
phone doesn't have those tools.
I've seen you make like a 750 word reply in like 2 seconds with your phone, so can't tell me that.
Yes, I can reply just fine from my phone,
And it's crazy
but-
freaking quick.
but my
I
phone
know.
doesn't have those tools.
By the time I'm thinking about my second freaking sentence, and it's like you only got like 10 pages out there for me. It's like, ah, shit. She's got me fucking here all night reading shit.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
when we get to the age you are, we'll be just as slow, right?
Better fucking
But
get
there's a
through-
downside to my typing that fast.
Better get
there's
your
a
sheet reading
downside to me-
glasses ready. So sorry.
There's definitely a downside to me doing that fast, though, because I'm not always actually sitting there thinking through what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Like
I
sometimes
was gonna say that. You don't get to absorb all that information just the right way, do you?
So, like, there's a lot of times that I've either posted or started to post something that was actually more reactionary rather than.
Here's a question for both of you. Can you do you guys read where you read the whole sentence, like glance over it like that, or do you? 'Cause I can do it if I put myself in a certain state of mind where I can speed read or whatever you want to call it. But
Oh, I can't speed read. I actually have to read everything.
Mine's like, and how are you doing, guys?
Well,
Said that the right way. But no, but I can glance over it and I can retain it all if I. But it's got to be like in like tick 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 tick. I can't explain it. It's like a rhythmic thing or whatever. So neither of you can speed read.
I can't.
Speed read, I don't know if I'd qualify that. I could read like upside down and sideways and all that and everything. At about the same
I've
speed.
read in reverse.
That's interesting.
I'm used to reading blueprints from across the table, so I can read like upside down
Oh,
and
yeah.
everything.
Ah.
Yeah, I've worked as a contractor for most of my life, so yeah, you learn
Yeah.
how to do that, don't you?
Yeah.
But but that really slow reading that you were mentioning kind of reminds me of, like, I watch Dater Locum, and
Okay, yeah.
and he's done live streams before, and I'll sometimes send messages in it. And granted, they're much shorter than what you're talking about, But even like 2 or 3 paragraphs, he'll try to read it, and I'm just sitting there like, oh my god, is my writing that hard to read? because because it's like he's having trouble like grasping the sentence as he's reading it.
Well, from a psychological standpoint, if you have bad handwriting, people actually might understand what you're saying better, like provided they can make out the words.
Yeah.
There's been tests, I think, where they had students take a fixed exam, and one group had to do it with normal plain text, and the other one had to do it with really hard to read, like cursive style writing. And the students who had the cursive style writing test did a lot better because it forced their brains to slow down and process what was actually there.
Here's my problem with reading.
Ooh.
When I start to read, I start putting a story involved with it, and my ADD kicks in, and next thing I know, I'm off on an adventure in the woods, hunting grizzly bear, just enjoying life. And
your eyes keep going, but your brain goes off.
Yeah, that's my problem with reading. But if I don't know, if it's scientific or something that's got sort of a structure like that, I'm interested in it. I mean, in that sense or whatever. But I can't read. I've read 2 books entirely in my entire life. Let's put it that way.
And made through consciously, not like off.
I got 3 books. The Bible.
Woods. The Bible's a whole bunch of books. You can claim that.
Okay. There you go. Yeah, infinitely. No, sci-fi books I could read. I love that kind of stuff when
Yeah.
I read.
I can do novels,
I mean,
but
when it comes to
Yeah.
novels, I suppose.
Yeah.
Don't all women do that?
as in the stories, the books that are usually in chapters that tell a story.
Well, they're all like modified 50 Shades of Grey books, aren't they? That's usually what women read.
I think you're being criticized in the chat, Johnny.
That's just Blue. You know what, Blue? If you were reading them audiobooks to me, that would just make my day.
I think the other chat was the ridiculing one. The snuffy wunkle, wuffy kiss.
2 books with.
That's about me too.
Yeah, I would delete this. Right, so I need to make sure to download it as soon as it pops up. In case you decide to make it disappear.
I'd be in favor with it disappearing.
I don't actually care. I was just joking.
Yeah. No, we just watched the argument in the chat now.
Blue, get your ass up here and start talking, man. I gotta hear your voice tonight.
Hold on, I'll flood the room so no one sees it.
No, turn clockwise. You turn the knob, man. That's how you turn the valve off.
Oh. I don't even remember the last book I read. I've only read a couple too. I don't read or anything either. I don't have time to do that.
If it's something science or something like that, or something informative that I can collect data out of, I'll send you a link here in a second, Blue.
Tell him to scroll up and find it.
Oh yeah, I'll scroll up and find it for him.
No, make him do it.
No, 'cause I want to sing me and my dog Blue. No, I'm just kidding.
So are you actually gonna end up deleting this after, or what?
No.
No, you're gonna leave it.
Why not? Oh, I'm documenting.
I don't know.
I'm documenting.
I don't know. You want the whole world to know that you've read a whole 2 books?
Freaking right, I do. And you know what?
Okay.
You know what's the beauty of it? That they have devices now that could store our information for 2 billion years. So in 2 billion years from now, just think of that. Some alien we don't even recognize, they don't even look like us. We'll look at it and go, holy fuck, he read 2 books. 2 billion years from now. So they
Yeah.
say, they claim. I don't know how you can prove that something lasts, that you can store the information for 2 billion years. I mean, I thought for sure, like flash drives would like at least last like like 10, but 2 billion is a long time after that.
Well, that is a pretty safe claim. I mean, who's going to prove you wrong?
Well, depends on just how fast it's lost.
Definitely not my mom.
Johnny,
Hey, what's up, Blue?
what 2 books were they?
What 2 books were they?
Oh, jeez.
I
It was
just joined.
It was an Isaac Asimov. In fact, both of them were Isaac Asimov books.
Okay, good. Well, they're good. There you go. It's not well.
It's still only 2 books.
Send them
Yeah,
some book
okay,
recommendations.
That doesn't mean that. Hey, now that doesn't mean that I didn't read like 4 or 5 paragraphs or 4 or 5 chapters out of every other book too throughout the years. That just means from
You know what,
front to
Johnny?
cover.
You know what's helpful to me?
That's helpful.
Once you tell yourself that you don't have to, you're allowed to skip. There are certain books where I'm like, I'm just skipping through this, and slowly but steadily I'll come back and read all of that. Have you tried Audible? You
Me?
could, yes, you could just listen to a book.
Oh yeah. Well, I've tried.
Okay. Have you?
It's not about the way I'm absorbing it. It's the way I just want to go. Oh, okay, that's great. Squirrel. I have an ADD problem.
Oh, you think we haven't figured this out yet? Gee.
Oh man.
No, it's better to be a jazz musician than a 145 knucklehead like myself. I mean, that's the thing. But
I don't get it.
the way you think is like the way a jazz musician plays. It's going everywhere, it's jumping everywhere, as opposed to the way a knucklehead like me thinks it's bum, 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 and then repeat it forever.
Yeah, that's an awesome song.
And I'm sure you would solo great over it.
He is my pusher. God. Whatever made you write that song anyway? God is my pusher.
I was 13 years old when I wrote it.
You're 13, really? Were you,
Yes.
were you into Jesus back then?
No. I was already an atheist. The original
Yeah.
lyrics were, I subscribe to Preacher Falwell. I can kill doctors and still not go to hell. All I need is the good book. And the good Lord, give me a look. God is my pusher. Is pusher again. Gave me the best. Now I'm shooting them liberals, shooting them and watching them fall. Yeah, I predicted everything. But I've changed the lyrics as time went on.
Yeah.
Who's the pretty young lady who I don't know in the room?
That.
Oh, Lady Unicorn.
Hi.
Hello, glad to meet you.
I fell in love
Nice
with her
to-
mind about 3 months ago, so I keep hanging with her. I don't know why.
Yeah, you just haven't seen all the crazy stuff yet.
I love crazy stuff. That's probably what keeps you with you. Girl,
I'm not sure you can ever
awesome.
see all the crazy stuff anyway.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I don't think I can play Audible in here. I don't think that's allowed.
Audible.
Yeah, books.
There's a
think
good chance that it would be copyrighted and they may or may not detect it. Yeah.
So I probably should play it, so this will get deleted.
How
They
about
should have
you
something where they
fuck
put
on
books
my
to
cat?
music. Johnny might read it then, or listen to it then.
Put them to music.
Well, the ideal way, you should... Okay, I'll pull up my own Gore Vidal collection right here.
Play us a song, Mr. Tambourine Man.
No. You're going to play a song as I read Gore Vidal aloud. Have you heard of Gore Vidal? Okay.
No. That is a Resounding
He
no.
has some great quotes. You should look him up on WikiQuote, if nothing else. He had great lines like, "That guy has every quality of a dog, except loyalty."
And if we didn't have chaosism in the chat, we wouldn't have an echo.
I thought it was me.
Oh no, that echo is there before I got here.
It's been there. It's been there all night.
That must be you then, Johnny.
Well, who else is there to blame?
Okay.
I accept the blame. I'll take it. I'll take it. And I'll correct it. Next time. So, if you come back over here into the marriage of chaosism with atheism and secularism humanized.
The who what now?
No, Chocolate Hat is not here. Who what? By the way, where's he from?
Yeah, chaosism. I haven't seen you in a while, but I saw you sometime in the past. I remember that.
I did exist in the past. That is true.
How do you know?
You go back far enough.
Stop right there, presuppositionalist knucklehead.
Hey, my fart exists because I'm about to blow. How's that for presuppositional?
Yeah, I make random comments here and there on videos, and
Yes.
that's pretty much the
That's
extent of it, yes. Follow some theists.
Yeah,
Well, so
I
do
make a
I.
lot of comments, but
You're gonna follow some theist winner?
Yes, I'm not looking forward to the show this week.
Jason Burns.
Yes, I made a mistake last week. Apparently, there really is a theologian named Theriton. And it was not just Jason mispronouncing Tertullian as I had thought. And I had to witness his gloating video, but
Well, let me make a video for you to cover for you on it. I'll do this.
no, it's all right. I don't know. I need no help with Jason Burns.
Yeah, I just say that echo really works for you.
It does.
For me?
Yeah.
So I'm the one echoing.
No, it just works for you. It's a good effect. You should keep it.
No.
Unless we have a
Howard
song.
said only a
in one
douchebag has
tempo.
echo behind his voice on radio. How you doing? Coming at you. 2 for Tuesday.
Yeah, this should be deleted, I think. Yeah.
well, it's not your channel or mine, so
What part of the
Head up
world
to
do you
him.
live in, Miss Lady?
Southern Illinois.
Land of the Salukis. That's the name of that their team.
Okay.
You never heard the word Saluki?
Oh, I've heard it.
Okay.
I'll plead ignorance on that one.
It was a
Yeah, well, you aren't sitting near Carbondale.
I also pretty much live under a rock.
None of us are from the United Kingdom. Wow.
Johnny's sitting in the corner playing his guitar now.
Not the first time that happened.
I'm just surprised we're still going. This thing's been going over 2 hours.
I missed your big interview, Miss Lady.
Oh, yeah, because it was such a great interview.
Don't worry, she got one. I interviewed her the heck out of her.
Oh,
All in freaking super hard softball questions. I threw at
super
her.
hard softball.
I bet she's all worn out.
It's been a
Oh,
riveting
yeah.
discussion.
I totally could not handle your questions. They were so much worse than the argument that I was like, I have to answer this idiot on the internet.
Lady, I'm still waiting for the answer.
That's a great name
What?
for a band. Super hardball, softball questions.
Super hard softball question. It's got a ring.
It does. It's a mouthful, but
It's got a ring to it.
You could always make it like a song or a album
Right.
title.
right. Great name for band is
Chaosism.
bicuspid vasectomy.
You want some good album names? Look at Last Days of Humanity.
I don't know that band.
It's a hardcore death metal band.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Where are you
not
from,
too close.
Chaos?
Northern
Softball
Illinois.
team.
What?
Northern Illinois.
Oh,
By the way, the Vikings are in a
Windy Cities, the big shoulders.
Sure, I think I've been to the city twice-ish.
I was hoping that would get a reaction out of somebody.
Oh, that's also. I actually have only been to the city twice. To that city.
How many psychiatrists does it take to screw in a light bulb?
I don't know how many.
None. The light bulb has to want to change.
Saw a bunch of those for drummers.
Hey, you know, there's a salmon swimming down the river or up the river. What did he say when he hit the concrete wall?
I don't
Damn.
know what.
He got it.
Yeah, damn. Okay.
Okay, so did you?
I thought Johnny was gonna tell another joke.
I got
Okay.
jokes.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Hey, wait a minute. You guys know why it's unsafe to walk through the jungle between 5 and 6?
Why?
No, that's when the elephants are jumping out of the trees.
Why are they jumping out of the trees?
Well, then, I guess I don't know. They just are. You know why alligators are only like 1 foot high and they kind of crawl on the ground?
Why?
'Cause they walk through the jungle between 5 and 6.
I'd like to apologize to
Yeah,
the
no
audience.
smoke California, but I guess. This thing on.
Your jokes remind me of a game that I used to play that had its criminal justice system in one of the areas had a
That's a
section
coincidence.
called punishment.
That's a
That's
coincidence.
so
'Cause that game you used to play reminds me of my jokes.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry at all.
Yeah, we know that.
Figure.
I might be after tonight, but I'm not sorry at this very moment.
Well, I can talk about sports.
Watch, this does actually get deleted after he's sobered up.
Oh no!
Oh, that never happened before. Oh,
Oh no!
It'll
What,
be
the
like,
sobering up part?
oh wow. Oh,
Oh, you think you know me that well, huh?
Just a question. Just a question.
I'm sorry,
try-
baby.
you know,
Johnny, you
honestly,
need
I
to
try
cut
to get
him,
drunk.
I
I
think.
try to get drunk. I can't fucking do it. After a few drinks, it's too hard for me to slam anymore. So I gotta stick to the heroin, I guess.
I think I'm gonna have a drink right now.
Oh, that'll improve the situation, I'm sure.
It will, man.
yes, let's just have 2 drunk guys in the room.
Is this a room, or is it a lot of rooms? Or is it
Define
one
room.
Stop it. Stop it.
Okay, wow, you take the define things a little bit farther than even I do.
Is this pot or is it the essence of really good pot? That's what I'd like to know.
Chaos
And
is watching presuppositionalists and it's corrupting his head.
And as far as if this is a room, and the thing about the troll earlier, I've been on the internet for basically as long as the internet has been a really public thing. I was online at 6 years old when AOL was new.
Oh, what do you want? Freaking metal?
You've got mail.
Yeah, so, like, chat room was a thing. Which is where my mind still goes.
You know,
I miss the old school days of chat. The Yahoo chat where there were user created rooms and they were just the worst rooms imaginable.
I remember that. Oh, I used to, like, even back when I was actually religious, but I wasn't, like, a Christian, when I was in Wicca and stuff, I would go into the atheist versus Christian debate rooms and annoy people on both sides.
Oh, I would. Well, mostly I would fool with the racists. That's what I did in the Yahoo chats. I would go and call names and all sorts of stuff. But for a change of pace, the astrology people. Ooh. Man, I have no patience for that.
I've never heard him called.
Yeah, I have one of these beers. That I bought for the guys.
Bought some up. I got some Luke Skywalker.
Okay.
So, if you want me to play banjo or talk about fantasy basketball,
Oh man, that's a tough call. You do both.
What are you gonna wear when you
you do both. Yes.
All right, I'm leaving. Bye.
Yeah, I was thinking it's a tough question as in which is
I
worse.
saw it coming. I saw it. Come on, Chaos. You can do better. Come on. Saw that.
Don't worry, the veal will be here all week. Try me.
What are you hoping that your pathetic attempt at that will get a copyright strike on it or something?
What, my humming right there? No.
No, okay. Because I don't think it's gonna pick that up. It's not. I don't think it's quite that sensitive.
Or you are allowed to. I can perform any song I want in a hangout, but if I play the copyrighted version of "She Blinded Me with Science" or something, then it could get flagged. Yes, or some Audible stuff. I was gonna force Johnny to listen to a book tonight.
You ain't gonna make me listen to no book.
Yeah, if he leaves it up on his channel, you'd be surprised how much could theoretically get flagged if somebody decided to do it. The stream won't get flagged, but like if it's actually up as a video, anybody who owns the rights to whatever is copyrighted could actually make the claim later.
Every time I run a live stream where I'm just jamming, they'll flag it. They'll flag like a couple songs out of there. But I guess it's a compliment because maybe I'm playing it so good that it sounds just like it.
That's not why it's being flagged.
Yeah, they flag it right when it's live yet.
Content ID.
You're playing a song on the guitar that is somebody else's song and it gets flagged.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, quite a few of them actually. Well, I usually have to just erase that part that had the song in it or whatever part matched their song.
Are you playing along with some track or something like that?
No. Nope.
Oh no, Google systems can sit there and detect what song's being played a lot of times without even half of the stuff that's in the normal track.
Maybe that is. Maybe it sounds so much like one of theirs that they instantly recognize it and you get flagged for nothing. Huh? That is a compliment if that's true, Johnny, for sure.
That would be.
One song that I wrote got flagged by they flagged it as a Soundgarden song. I think I wrote that. I think I said that to Chaos.
While it was live, though.
Yeah.
It was live, yeah. And it, I mean,
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. That
it
play.
was so
Yeah,
inaudible.
that's weird.
You couldn't even hear the audio on there. It was like,
I think you just have enemies, Johnny.
Yeah, cool.
like I said, the Discovery dude's got me on their radar now.
This tiny little channel has somebody sitting there flagging his video
It's Eric Holden. Got a whole war.
while they're live.
Spine.
Hey,
And-
I'm on it, so you never know what could have happened.
Ken Ham might have done it. Yeah.
Oh, I have a. The hoaxers really don't like me, so.
The hoaxers? Who are the hoaxers?
The hoaxers are the people who think that what happened at Sandy Hook or the shooting in Orlando, they think that's all fake.
Okay, now I remember.
Yeah, I don't think I've got any serious enemies yet.
Oh, try harder, baby.
I said yet. I've
Okay.
only been making videos for a
I don't
month.
think you'll have to try very hard on the internet. I've only had one crazy fundamentalist person come to my channel so far. And that was Hoops, which Johnny knows.
Yeah, I know of hoops too.
What? What did I do?
Oops.
Big boobs?
You're dragging Hoops around with you to everyone's channel like a plague.
I know. It was like a. It was like all of a sudden caught onto my ankle way back when, or whatever. Geez. He erased about 20 of my comments through this whole freaking. There's an Arkansas thing.
Around with you to everyone's channel like a plague.
I know.
What the hell?
Caught onto my way back when, or whatever. Geez. He erased about 20 of my comments through this whole freaking. Special.
Everyone's channel like a plague.
No, I'll tell you one thing. You can burn way back when, or whatever. He erased about 20 of my comments. The whole freaking. I'll tell you one thing. Burn way back when, or whatever. He erased about 20 of my comments.
Okay, the echo problem is getting bad now.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Somebody has the thing actually playing
Oh,
with
that's me.
audio.
I'm sorry.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are.
Now it's done.
That was
Yeah,
me.
I knew what was going on. I also knew it wasn't me.
I had a radio wave.
I know when it's not me too. I know when it's me too.
Okay. What is the harmful parts of non-ionizing radiation waves? Does that cause cancer? Non-ionizing. Going back to that cell phone.
That's cruel, Chaos. Damn. Leave this chat. God damn. I'm not looking for more.
No, I'm not blaming the company.
What company?
You have to ask, Johnny.
As early last November, as early as I can remember. While walking through the park one day, not a soul was I disturbing as I lie there in the curbing. And this high top lady came up and I heard her say, "You can tell someone who loses by the company he chooses." And the pig got up and slowly walked away.
No, my remark was sarcastic, just to be clear.
Mine was-
No, really?
Really?
I still love you, man.
Oh, looking at some notifications.
raid
Some
the
people
NBA.
replying to my Ken Hovind comments.
Oh, you won't get a Kent. You'll get Joey and Jimmy. He'll be coming over your door tomorrow. Oh yeah.
I still haven't. You guys still haven't told me who Hoops is. I haven't met him in my travels.
Hoops? Oh, you'll love him.
A character.
Yeah, what is he? Hoops 8 or 580 or something like that. We could send you a link to this guy and you can go talk to him. I tried. I really did try.
What's his claim to fame? Is he a creationist or
He can jump.
Conspiracy?
Oh, I don't want. No. He can go die.
Yeah, all the way around on conspiracies, not just.
Yeah,
Every last one of them, right?
pretty much. Yeah, and he attacks other slightly less conspiratory people. From what I've
It's so
seen.
funny because he has a passive aggressive way of laying back in the comments.
He's a conspiratorial fundamentalist.
Yeah.
Yes, those people fight with each other a lot.
That's the best.
Well,
I think we should turn him into a suppository of conspiracy theories. I don't know, Hoops. Name fits him well, I guess.
He's watching this right now, I'm sure. He's the other person.
He
Follows you.
Two watching.
I'll tell you what.
Hello,
I hope he
Hoops.
does.
Yeah, Hoops joined the chat, yes.
I think it was probably like 2 months ago. I went back to that comment section because it was a long time ago that I came across him or whatever. But I went back to that comment section. Every single one of my comments was deleted, and I know it was him because of the way he followed me around to the comments or whatever.
God damn it, mother.
Hey, watch your language.
I haven't seen him on my channel
How
yet,
can you
probably
watch your
because I
language
haven't.
if you can't see it?
What? What's going
Nothing.
on? That is it?
But no, I haven't had hoops on my channel so far, but probably because I haven't really been touching religion. I've been touching more general stuff.
Well, he'll find some way to call everything you say lies. And I will
Oh, I'm
send him a
sure.
link to your channel now.
I've seen him around in general, so I mean, I know who you're talking about. I've dealt with him, just not on my own channel so far. I did the other day. Not really like a troll or anything, but you know that video that I put up that was talking about the plans to rebrand the extremist program to where it only looks at Muslim extremists instead of any other kind? Yeah. I actually got a reply from somebody on Twitter. Apparently went and disliked the video right after or right before, asking me why we should waste money fighting white supremacists. And thinking that it was something that would have to be done instead of fighting.
Because they're both dangerous, stupid knucklehead. That's why.
Yeah. And rebranding the program like they want to do would just make it inflexible. It's not like the program already fights Islamic terrorism. It's not like it doesn't pay attention to it. But the rebranding of it would wind up making it so that it couldn't be used to fight any other kind, so that it wouldn't deal with white supremacists or the anti-fascists that like go out and start doing violence. If we found out that they were recruiting people, it wouldn't be able to do anything against that. Like, it couldn't, if it's rebranded, it couldn't be used for anything else. And that's what the stupid administration wants to do with it.
That seems stupid to me. I agree.
Yeah, I don't get why. Like, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to? Yes, we have other problems in the country. Let's ignore them and pretend they don't exist. When has
That's all about their fantasy power.
when has it ever really helped anybody to ignore all of the less major problems?
What problems?
Wow.
Oh man.
Well, we go into the problems are subjective philosophically, so
Oh,
like objectively true.
I object to that.
You got that right.
I'm saying could, I didn't say we should.
Well, everything's subjective if you ask me, because you can object to everything.
I think I've used that line before.
Objectively or subjectively?
You want to know another weird way we could go into things? Trying to figure out if there's objective truth to subjective feelings.
Oh, you just stop it now. There's enough out of
There
you.
is kinda in what are you talking about, the feeling themselves or the chemical processes in the brain?
That's the same thing, Junior. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
If I hold you under the water, are you objectively gonna try and struggle, or?
Depends on how much acid you had.
Yeah, well, if I'm massaging your feet, you might just stay there and drown, right?
This needs to be demonstrated empirically.
Oh, I sure don't.
Who's empirically?
Wow, this conversation.
I don't know what's going on here. Just
Well,
throwing words out
some
there.
of the other Christian legends around here, like Seitan Bergenkate or True Empiricism or G-Man.
So, Chaos, how long do you think this actually stays up on his channel before he realizes how ridiculous it was and removes it?
Oh, I'm gonna edit it just like Ray Comfort does, and you guys are gonna look really stupid. Really cool.
I don't think you have to edit it too much.
I know, right? We'd have to edit it so that he doesn't also look really stupid.
Well, you won't even hear me on the recording.
Yeah, well, that would be akin to Ray Comfort. He asks a stupid question to get a really weird look on the atheist, and then edits that question out and puts another one in its place to make him look stupid.
Every time I hear Kirk Cameron's name, it just pisses me off so much. I feel, cause I'm pretty close to where Ray Comfort is down here. You know, he's down in Venice Beach. I feel like driving down to the pier and finding him, and just drag him, kicking and screaming down to the water, and give him a Pacific Ocean size swirly. Just, wash his face out, pull him back out, and look him straight in the eye, and say, "Oh, dude, sorry about that. I thought you were Josh Bernstein. My bad."
Come on, on the bright side, he gave us the crocoduck.
He did. And the banana.
That was Ray Comfort. Yeah, they all contributed something.
Oh, the banana.
I was trying to think of the top 10 Christian theologians of the 21st century. How about that guy?
In what sense? Like, seriously? Or just facepalm, kind of?
Well, let's include both kinds and see what happens. William Lane Craig, I would have to say. He's probably at the top of the list.
Yeah. The top of my list would be the ones that I would think are nefarious. They just have nefarious intentions. Those are the ones that are in the top of the list to me.
Ken Ham, Ken Hovind are there.
Pat Robertson, maybe.
Benny Hinn.
Yes.
Haggard. Falwell's dead, but he is one of them. Billy Graham, he's another one of them.
He's dead. Living ones.
Oh, you didn't include that condition in the beginning.
I'm sorry.
He's another one.
Should be.
That guy's a fucking... You know what's funny? Just this last Christmas, me and my brother did a little parody kind of thing on doing "Wish You a Merry Christmas." We did that song together. But then he was asking me about what did Jesus actually do? That's how little religion we had in our lives growing up. And I'm like, really? You don't know anything about it? He has no idea. He doesn't even know who he is. He knows his name, and that's about it. Which surprised me.
Did that just trail off into nothingness?
I think so. Why are we still on a stream? It's like we have nothing left to talk about. We're just like, let's not cancel this. Let's just keep going.
What, you think that's the first hangout where that ever happened?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no clue what's going on. I'm not even usually home by now, so.
I mean, I'm quite sure there have been plenty of others that have been worse than this. I'm just saying, I don't know why it's still going.
Well, it's the worst one I've ever been a part of. I have to say that.
Alice
It's both the
Graham.
best and the worst one that I've been a part of because it's the only one.
Exactly.
Oh wow. No, it can't get much worse than this, then, right?
But yeah, don't challenge that.
Yeah, don't tempt fate.
Really?
But
Alvin Plantagenet, I've heard of him.
how can it get worse? We're just having fun. Actually, I'm having fun. I don't give a shit what you guys think. Oh yeah, dude.
Ravi Zacharias, I've heard of him.
So a little leprechaun juice and a fucking fairy dust exchanger. And,
Oh, I'm all tired now from drinking.
we'll be sailing 7 seas. Snuffy's still in the chat.
Yes.
Tell him.
He's been commenting. You've been ignoring him?
He doesn't he got a don't you got a microphone?
I've been being distracted. I'm just like, click over on email, click over on social media.
If you've been paying attention, we're just background noise for him.
No,
I've
I
been
like to
paying
play-
attention to what you're saying too. It's just gone on so long that I can't stay focused on one thing. You should see how
Yeah,
many
that's very true.
directions I go. You should see how many directions I go when I'm actually trying to like write scripts or record things, or how many times I'll stop during the editing process and go do anything else.
I have a hard time writing scripts. I just can't. I can't get into the format of it or whatever. I guess I don't know. How
Well, I don't really like care about what format. I just have to get my thoughts in order before I actually do it, or I'll go off on ridiculous amounts of tangents.
Yeah, do an
Kind of
outline.
like this, but yeah,
just
I
make a
actually
lot of
go ahead and write it out, but I don't like hold to like I'm not like, oh, I'm gonna have to say exactly this. I just get and
What was that?
write
Is
down what I
R2D2 in the room?
expect to say, and then
Yeah.
I just heard a big beep boop beep beep beep.
I don't know. So, Johnny, when you're recording, just record a bunch of times and keep the one where you're least drunk, I suppose. Huh?
Surprisingly, I don't drink that much actually. I am tonight, but I usually don't.
Okay, that's good.
I talk about it a lot though. I really wish I could drink more because it's fun getting drunk. I just really hate the next 5 days after I do it. I got hangover so bad. Now, why is it
Is this
that
another
Kevin
joke?
can get away with fucking saying that
Oh.
shit all the time anyway? And why can Jason Burns do it? Where is Jason Burns from anyway, Blue? Am I off the air? You guys cut me off?
No one say
You're still
anything.
there.
You might need-
You're thinking about Jason Burns. Philosophy.
Philosophy.
Pretty much my philosophy is I don't know why. That is the way I live.
I think that could be formalized.
So I keep asking questions. Philosophically, I don't know why. Did you say it could be formalized?
Yeah, you can write a full formal philosophy.
Yeah. Yeah, you could. Yeah. I think that's Socrates, sort of, but is he really a real character?
Socrates.
Socrates. Can we say it a different way? Socrates?
You could say it any way you want. No way is objectively correct.
Yeah, that's the way you want it. That's the way you get it. Journey. You know, there's one thing is I really wasn't into the skeptic community or whatever you want to call it. What happened with Armored Skeptic? Why he's so weird to me these days? I hadn't seen him for like 2 years, I suppose. And then I saw Logic did a video on him failing hard on Canadian law, and I have no idea what Canadian law is.
Context
Yeah.
to that, I've unsubscribed from most of them.
Oh, did you?
Like most of the people that I still follow, other than Bionic Dance, are relatively new in comparison.
Yeah, I suppose I'm a skeptic. I'm subscribed to all of them, but I just don't pay attention to him. Logic, I'll pay attention to. He gets so winded on his videos. It's like all of a sudden it's like 1 hour later you're going, okay, could have done that a little bit quicker, couldn't you? But it's all right though.
Well, I actually cleaned up my subscription feed a while back. It was not like I just got mad and unsubscribed from everybody, but I did have to quit actually watching a lot of the content. Not because of the actual content. Most of the videos I could. I mean, maybe there were things I didn't really like, but I could have been fine with. But the comment sections for so many of these people just got so bad, it wasn't even funny. And then like, especially not all of them, but like some of them, especially like the Amazing Atheist. Oh my god, the stuff that he was saying, I wanted so bad, so often to be like, no, this is where you're wrong. This is what is wrong with what you're saying. And I couldn't do it because his comment sections were so disgusting, so horrible, that I couldn't hold a conversation to even attempt to counter it.
That's amazing what bothers some people so much doesn't bother me one bit, whatever he says. And if you watch me watching one of his videos, it'd be like, probably no expression on my face. And I mean, I hear him say some funny stuff, but I can take him or leave him, I guess. And I suppose Mr. Chaos is his biggest fan ever.
TJ is one of the first people I left because pretty much as soon as he switched from religion into the political sphere, I noticed everything I didn't like about his tactics.
Politics will kill you every time. If you switch into that kind of,
Yeah, I tend to stay away from the politics stuff, but I do see a bunch of. I'm subscribed to a bunch of people who are like anti-SJW and random SJW. I don't even know who's who, to be honest.
I don't even know what an SJW is. I don't even pay attention.
It's a nonsense label. That's what it is. It's nothing. It's just this bullshit thing that originally was like meant to mean something. It was meant to refer to like extremists of certain things, and it's been co-opted by people to refer to anything from somebody who has an opinion on one particular issue that they don't happen to like, to literally breaking the law for it. I mean, like some people sit there and be like, oh, in order to be an SJW, you have to do this or that or the other. You have to be demanding that people be deplatformed, or you have to be actually breaking the law or whatever. And then others have literally called me an anti-freedom, anti-speech SJW for saying things like YouTube has the to censor its platform if it chooses.
All right, let's try this once.
It doesn't have a meaning. It's a meaningless, idiotic term.
Yeah, I've actually been called that once before, just for criticizing somebody for being unethical. Okay.
Let's do this once. Let's try and be.
Oh no.
Try and be that person that comes up with that pejorative.
What?
Try and cut that word down. Never mind. I forget what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the whole anti-SJW, SJW thing. It pisses me off so much in so many places because it is. It's probably like the biggest place that I see all of these nonsense arguments, these straw men that people don't even realize they're basically who are legitimately fighting an extremist, but they're doing it in a way that other people are then taking their arguments and using them to attack straw men, or like all this stuff just going on, and nobody on either side seems to want to actually sit there and listen and understand what the actual majority position on the other side is.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be too much work.
That's a bigger part of what caused me to actually start posting things than religion was, in my case. I mean, yeah, most of my stuff's been more general, and the guest video for Godless Cranium does go into something that's religious rather than, you know,
I see what you're saying
going
there,
that angle, but...
like I said to Peter the other day, I started really getting into the climate change debate and you know, kind of debating with that. Then further I went along, it's like, you know what? I know more about religion than most creationists do, and they have the exact same freaking cognitive dissonance as the climate deniers do.
Yeah,
But I'll tell you what. In my opinion, I was like, at the time, I was like, that's the root of it, though, is this religious fucking bullshit, because that helps create it gives you an excuse to look at an authority figure and to accept his word for it, and that's, I guess I feel that way about it. You just,
and that's fine. And like I said before, I do actually think that, you know, the atheists that still cover religion, that's a good thing, that's necessary. You know,
not the atheists.
I appreciate the people who do it, but like, you can't actually have a video planned for tomorrow. Well, technically today, my time.
You wait till I get done editing this.
That actually kind of touches some of this, because the thing is, like, if you're arguing a position that's not really what what the person thinks, like if you're arguing against creationism and the person listening happens to believe in evolution but also thinks that climate change is a hoax, you're not going to convince them that climate change is real by showing the flaws in creationism.
Okay.
And it's the same thing. It's the same thing on other places, like even nuanced details within a specific
but
topic.
Let me stop you, because I think you're taking what I said a little bit in the wrong direction. I didn't say that. I don't mean that they are the same thing and that both of them are the same one. A climate denier has to be a creationist. I'm saying that they have the same sort of cog-dis in their head, that they use the same system to shut off information. They shut off information that they don't agree with or think is going to challenge them. And that's what I'm talking about, the correlation there. Not that they both, not that a creationist is going to be a climate denier.
Yes, I do understand what you're saying. That I wasn't trying to say that you were conflating the two things. What I was getting at was that even though it could be the same root process, because they don't actually believe that thing, because you're not actually countering something that shows them that their process is messed up. It's not actually going to force them to think, because, well, they already agree. Mm-hmm. So it's not like, it's not going to hit everybody. I mean, like I said, it's a good thing to do. It's fine. I'm not trying to tell you that you need to deal with any other kind of content. Do what you want to do.
I'm gonna deal with it all eventually. They're going down.
But yeah, it's not like you're not generally going to convince somebody where their flaws are by just arguing about something else that they already agree with you is wrong.
Yeah. Like my motto is, I can only make you think. That's all I can do in life, and if I can get you to think a little bit about something, I'm happy. That's why I don't get upset. Everybody else.
Yeah, it doesn't do any good to get upset.
There's no reason to.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I got to pee and it won't stop for me. That gets me rough.
Reason to. I've never understood the whole idea of needing a reason for an emotion in general. Like, do some people really have this ability to just shut off and not feel things?
I've been referred to as a robot occasionally, and With what I do during the when I'm not working and stuff, it's actually kind of necessary. Like,
Because I can't do that. I can control, what I do in response, but I cannot actually shut off and not feel things. If something's going to bother me, it's going to bother me. Whether I deal with that by addressing it directly or doing something else.
When an emotion draws you to the point of panic where you have no other choice but to just go by reflexes, you're in trouble. And that's why I think I can shut it off, because I mean, I'll get mad or whatever, but I try. I'm pretty good at. I mean, yeah, you don't want to see me mad, because when I do get mad, it's ugly. I cry for 3 days after that.
I don't think I've ever been mad at anybody before.
I've never been mad at anybody.
Like, honestly,
mad at anybody, but
no, I don't think I've ever been. It's kind of weird to say that, but I don't think I ever have been.
No, that's not a weird thing to say, because you don't have to be.
But then again, like I said, it's for me. It's not something I can shut off or control. It's going to happen no matter what. And it amazes me that anybody actually can, like, control emotions, choose to feel or not feel something. It just, I can't comprehend it.
I'm not sure if I'd boil it down to like choosing to do that and that phrasing, but it's hard to describe, I suppose.
When it comes to me, I guess I'm just older, where I've experienced a lot of things. But when it comes to my dad, when I was 12 years old, that's when I first seen him puking blood in the bathtub, and I spent the next 10 years watching him suffer. And it didn't take empathy; it gave me more empathy, actually. But it also made me watch a really nice guy suffer for 10 years of his life, and he brought it on himself with his drinking.
Yeah, that's no fun.
It was no fun, but I think it made me who I am. Also, I mean, I don't know. It wasn't fun for him, for sure.
Yeah, in like the past 10 years or so, I've seen probably an enormous amount of suffering from all kinds of different people. Is what I do is like a volunteer work. I spend pretty much literally all of my time with people who are in rehab centers or nursing homes, mostly elderly who don't have family or anything. And that's actually where I came from tonight, was someone in the hospital with a cancer diagnosis, which is always fun.
My mom worked in the Alzheimer's unit until about like 3 years ago. She retired, but wow, what a tough job in that part. Oof.
Yeah, I've been doing this like literally every day for the past 10 or so years. With, I'd say, about 25 to 30 people.
Yeah.
Like, I have power of attorney of 2 people I have no relation to, which is crazy.
Wow.
So you do entertainment for them in the home, or just go there to...
Say that again?
You entertain up in the old folks' home then, or do you go up there to just...
Well, I started when my grandmother went into a rehab center. It was kind of a rehab center nursing home. I eventually started calling like the bingo game there, which I still do today, because they were canceling the game, and it's kind of disappointing everybody there. So I started doing it myself. And my grandmother's been gone for several years, but from there I keep doing that, and I keep in contact with the people I think need it. And it's been quite a lot of people over the years.
Dude, that's awesome. That's really... You just gained a lot of respect from me.
Well, I could just be saying that crap. You don't know.
Good,
but it's been I could safely say over 120 funerals or wakes for people I knew more than just knew them,
Yeah. Oh, my mom's working up at that Alzheimer's unit. 20 years she did that. Think how many people she's... Anybody that's going up there, it's the same as a hospice. You're pretty much going up there. You're dead once your memories... I mean, are you really you after you're get into that state of Alzheimer's where you're conscious.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you have it. There's your conscience for you. Gone. At least as you know what it is. Is Stuffy still in the frickin' crowd out there?
I think so.
Can you see me out there through all them people stuff? Yeah, because I was talking to him about doing a collab on doing NDEs or near-death experiences.
That'd be good.
What's that?
So he's got a channel. I've actually never heard of him. I'll have to go check that out.
Yeah, the reason he's got Snuffy Woofy Kiss is it's one of his dog's names or whatever. And he used to use his dog as his avatar or his video.
I did make that connection on my own. I do have to say that.
It wasn't because of
All right. You running out of steam yet?
Me?
Yep.
Moa.
I'm just dealing with stupidity on Twitter.
I can hear clicks.
Twitter. You're on Twitter?
Yes. I'm on everything.
Yeah, I am really anti-social media. The YouTube's pretty much the only thing I ever touched.
I'm pretty much YouTube, and I'll go on Twitter just a good way to get news out there if you have to get out something quick. I got 400 followers on Twitter. I wish I could get that many followers on freaking YouTube.
Yeah.
That easy.
But no, this person's still arguing over that video.
No, bring him in here, right?
Doesn't seem to just does not seem to grasp that that's not like rebranding it this way does not just focus on one thing. It literally makes it never focus on anything else. Ugh. And the person does use YouTube, but if they didn't bother to join when I tweeted out the link earlier, I don't think sending it in that conversation is going to make it happen.
I just figured out that I was
Because
on
they
doing
do
the echo.
follow me.
Sorry, guys. It's gone now, isn't it?
The echo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it was there.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Really?
I'll have to
Pretending
try
to
this in
echo.
a non-Johnny drive-by stream to see if I still have the echo.
Non-Johnny drive-by stream. How the hell are you gonna find one of them?
I don't know.
Well, you find one, you let me know, because I've never heard of that. I need a citation or something.
If they did exist, they're not worthwhile.
Well, I have nothing to say about that. I can't even argue it. But if I don't pee soon,
Yeah, you should probably go in the other room for that.
no, I'm gonna bring the microphone and the laptop and everything in with me.
All right, I'm gone. To right now. It's a large number, isn't it?
Oh, yes. First. I've never seen bigger.
Mm. So, any other smaller YouTubers that you know of that you follow besides? Well, Godless Cranium's not so small anymore, right? He's growing pretty quick.
I know, he's shot up. He's just gotten huge all of a sudden, even though huge, but comparatively, he's gone from like, I joined when he didn't even have 500, it was like 200 or 300 something, and 6,000 plus now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's awesome of him to host other people's videos like that.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
His social worker skills show in his videos. You're talking about Godless, right? What, you're ignoring me?
What?
I'm not ignoring you.
You guys talking about Godless Cranium? Just before I got here?
We were, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a social worker, and it shows in his videos. Like, he's got that certain, I don't know, something about it that reminds me of a social worker. I don't know what it is. He reminds me of me, actually.
Yeah, Godless Geezer. Is it Heath?
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce that. Heath.
Yeah, I follow all of those, but 21,000. I like Essence of Thought, but small. Pelagia.
Not working.
Prophet of Zod.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool too. Made that video pointing to mine. I actually felt a little bad because after he did that and Godless Cranium did his thing, I went over the amount of subs that Prophet of Zod had. Yeah, chocolate hat.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to eat his hat, even if he doesn't eat it.
Made of chocolate.
Chocolate.
So one of the guys I like is a Mortimer81. You guys
Oh yeah.
know him?
Yeah, I love logical fallacies. I love knowing. I know what they are, but I didn't know their names, and I spent the past couple of probably a year and a half, 2 years learning what they are, or learning the names to them.
Yeah, there's a lot. I've got a website I go to. Well, a couple of them I go to for resources. You learn to explain how everything's a logical fallacy as a principle rather than just calling it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what the suppressed correlative logical fallacy is?
I just know there's some premise in there that doesn't equal another one.
I'm not sure how that works.
Telltale Atheist. A Telltale on there.
I do not know that fallacy.
The telltale
don't know it either.
atheist fallacy.
No, I was just saying it was another one that I follow. That would be a great fallacy. Of how somebody tried to claim how Godless Cranium countered that one guy that was trying to claim that the entire logic of wow. Now I can't think of what I was saying.
Are you nervous?
This is another thing that doesn't come up when recording real videos, especially with a script, even if I don't follow it the whole
How do you
time.
record a fake video?
What?
You said you're recording real videos. How do you record a fake video?
Wow. Trust
don't
me,
know.
it's not the worst thing I've said.
Huh?
An interesting channel I think is Exerbia. You guys know that guy?
Exerbia. That doesn't ring a bell. Is a
No, I don't.
He's actually got some pretty creative stuff. It's I'll type it in the thing. Yeah, you should take a look at that guy. He's got some pretty interesting stuff. Kind of mixes humor and science and philosophy. Like, for instance, "Why is the milk gone?" is a pretty funny video about determinism.
What is the exact definition of determinism again? Where does that stem from?
Philosophical determinism. Are you talking about soft determinism or hard determinism? Because I think there's a
Hard
distinction.
Hard determinism. I'm not familiar with
Well, like soft determinism means that there is no free will, whereas hard determinism is the belief that everything is strictly cause and effect. But I could be wrong on that.
Sounds right. I guess I'm on the fence of free will's an illusion.
I'm pretty sure it
On
is
the
an
fence of
illusion.
what free will and all that stuff.
The moment that the universe got set in motion and moving in its particular direction,
Mhm.
there's no more free will. The universe is going to do what it's going to do. Even if we are a thinking meat sack, we still have no control over the universe moving in its. Because if
You
think
are
about
the
it, we're-
universe, Johnny.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. Fuck, I'm all of it, pal. You know why? Because my thought is the only thing that I can comprehend.
It's the only thing that truly exists is your own thoughts and experience, isn't it, Johnny?
And everything after that, I have to verify by asking you.
We're collapsing into solipsism.
I'm the furthest thing from solipsism as there is, but I wouldn't mind being there sometimes.
So Pure Combate's back in the chat for some reason.
Who?
Pure Carbon, sorry.
I hear
Suck at talking
Johnny.
sometimes.
My tyrant? My carbon? What?
Pure Carbon.
Pure carbon. I hear Johnny Drive-By is pretty good. At what?
Yeah.
Good at what? Hey, you know
Just
what? You
good.
name it. I am good at it.
Are you good at being bad? I know that's true.
I'm the best. Captain Delusion does good fake video debunks like Flying Saucer and Ghost Vids.
I've heard that name. You guys know Tony Reed?
Yep. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's still on his vacation, isn't he?
I don't know that much.
He took a couple months off or whatever a couple months ago.
And then someone's over there typing away.
I'm sorry, I cannot stay focused this long on
That's
one
me
chat.
too. So you're getting
It's okay, we just hear the occasional sigh of frustration. You could have just said that, Johnny.
Say what? Why is what is it, an adjective? Or is it a letter? Oh, this work no more. Why did Gonzo date a chicken? That's what I really want.
Why? Oh, I thought it was another joke from you.
No, I'm serious. Why did Gonzo date chickens?
No idea.
I don't know what's going on.
The Muppets. Freaking kids. You never watched the Muppet Show, did you?
I know of it.
That's not good enough. You gotta fucking treat it like a religion. Start watching it. All the marathon like 5 nights a week. And pretty soon you'll
Okay.
be.
B.
Yeah, good question of Pure Carbon. Why the hell ain't I've been. Well, he subbed to me for a little while ago after I talked to him, and I haven't seen him put up a video since. Come on, man. Captain D. What is Captain D?
Scroll up a little bit. It's the comment right above.
I see that now. Okay.
Captain Disillusion. Okay. There's a lot going on right now.
He's self-conscious. I'll tell you what, they've always been good, so I'm sure we don't have to worry about it. So,
I'd like to see more like that Prager response video. That was pretty ridiculously funny.
Yeah, that was really good.
So, Johnny, have you ever heard of the website logicallyfallacious.com?
Can't say that I have.
That is a pretty good one for looking over like logical fallacies if you like those.
Yep.
The drive-by fallacy.
We can make that a thing.
I know, I already have, but I'm not gonna let anybody know what it is until later.
Is that the fallacy?
That's my fucking silver bullet. Shoot anyone down. Yeah, logicalfallacious.com.
All right.
Okay.
So is Lady Unicorn here at all mentally, or is she just responding to people now?
I'm still here. Tired, but I'm still here.
Tired.
I've been up since like 3 in the morning.
I know it's. I can't believe.
Hey, I've been up since, what day is it today? Friday? I've been up since Wednesday.
What month
Damn.
is it?
I can't do that. Like, I tried to stay up for Project for Awesome once a couple of years back, and not only did I have emotional problems just because I was awake too long, I fell asleep during it, woke back up, had even more problems, but couldn't go to sleep again. I cannot let myself go days on end like that.
Your
Causes way
REM
too much problems.
deprivation takes over.
I actually haven't that problem. I actually tested myself. I was up for 5 days and I was testing my reflexes and reactions and stuff. And I did just as well as I did normally, which was surprising.
That reminds me of Did you ever remember the sitcom called WKRP in Cincinnati?
No.
Wow. The Johnny Fever. You know what? I'm not even gonna tell you. You don't know Lonnie Anderson. Remember her? MacGyver's
No.
sister in real life.
No.
I'm just gonna keep it a secret. Yeah, I'm so fucking old, I guess. Yeah, Godless, what are you doing, man? We've been talking about you all night.
Well, not now that he's here, we'll stop.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we've basically been sitting here in between long periods of silence, so there's not too much going on.
Oh, you think that's a really clever freaking comment, huh, lady? I just wait for you guys to get the hell out of my house so I can go to sleep.
You're the one in control. You could literally end it any time you wanted.
I'll let it run. I'll let it run all night.
It's gonna be like some weird game of chicken.
This is gonna be a reality show. It's gonna be a 24/7 freaking reality show from here on out. I'm gonna even turn on.
Just leave it recording while I start snoring.
Why not? I mean, really, why not? Okay. Okay, GC.
Yeah. It's equivalent of like the toilet humor being
I gotta
very
know.
welcome.
I got it.
Hmm?
I'm just kidding. I don't gotta know. But I'd like to know.
And Gallus Cranium is criticizing us for not being productive.
Well, oh well. Who says I'm not being productive anyway? I'm multitasking. Though I'm not
Yeah,
making a video, I will give him that.
I opened my anime studio program. That counts for something.
Oh, sorry it took us so long to get to my head, but it's like, wow. Okay, GC. I got a question for you.
For who?
Why are there, regardless, why are there so many Canadian atheist channels popping up lately? That's the question.
Because there's a lot of Canadian supremacists in power.
Can't answer it in 20 words or less. Don't even do it.
That's a fair answer.
Common sense.
Here's where you can throw a fallacy at him, Johnny.
Oh, I think that's generalizing. I know that, but
No, there's actually a specific fallacy listed for appealing to common sense or common belief.
yeah, there is.
What is it, like the appeal to intuition or something? Or is that a
I
different
think it
one?
goes by many. There's a few things. I know there is one. I thought Johnny would be all up in his knowledge about this.
Who's got knowledge? I want to know about it.
You,
I think
Johnny.
You got knowledge. Armored skeptic.
Yeah, justified true belief.
Appeal to Canadian. I'm sorry, but I only appeal to the province of British Columbia. The rest of Canada can suck it. Or to the province of Jack Daniels.
Have you won the argument, Lady Unicorn?
Thing is, she won a long time ago. We just haven't told her yet.
He's just making noises on that end.
Oh yes, I'm just sitting here pressing keys into nothing.
No, you can
I
go.
do
Yeah,
that
just to-
sometimes at work.
You can go.
Just to make you think that I'm typing.
You can go. I'll invite some real people here to really liven up the party if you want to go. Just kidding. Leave when you want.
Okay.
Doors open. I got an open door policy in my freaking Hang out. Unless you're Jerry Falwell, because you're not supposed to be here. You're dead.
Okay. I was just gonna sit here and listen to her frustration build. It's like that's exactly when you get the response, right? We hear.
And then if you don't like it,
You know I can mute my microphone, right?
you know,
Do you know that?
yeah, that would be the question.
Just that they're picking on me about it.
We're not picking on you. We're finding entertainment in it. Something's got to fill these gaps, you know.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there is that problem.
Why would you care if you're the butt of our joke? Huh? I'd gladly be the butt of your joke.
YouTube is life. Watching YouTube is life.
Watching YouTube, I was just gonna say, what kind of a fallacy did you just fucking vomit all over your keyboard there, huh?
Yeah.
I have 5 minutes of my next video anime. So what do you want?
I have about 8
Kirby?
minutes of mine edited or animated.
What do you want? You want us to watch it? Want us to applaud for it?
I have no clue, but I'm ahead of whoever's saying any of that because I have a video scheduled.
It's just because you're in the center of the flat Earth means you get the signal
In the
from the
center
satellite
of the
quicker.
flat Earth.
Don't you get it? That's why your signal. That's why you get the signal quicker. Animation, godless. Animation isn't hard if you got some people that are artists and some. What? I'm making a video right now. I got. Why don't you come in here and talk for a while, godless?
Well, technically, me and Lady Unicorn are making a video then too.
I'm making my video right now. Shit. Look, all the edits that I can get out of here in one line.
You have to cut out a lot of silence.
Yeah, yeah. If you were gonna actually keep this, there is a lot to cut out that is just nothing.
Who the hell?
You condense
asked
down
you,
into like
huh?
20 minutes.
Who asked? I just wish I had a fire hose. So then I'd stick it up the chimney and put out the fire. Because I got a burning desire.
Is that it?
Pure Carbon, you got it, man. I will give you a stadium dedicated to your honor. What's your honor, though? I'm not sure about that. Ooh. I'm a skeptic TM. You cannot do that. I claim skeptic fucking 10 years before you were born.
I'm skeptical of skepticism.
I'm such a nonconformist. I don't conform with you, nonconformist. Yeah, there's that context and semantics of words taken conflated. Conflated. That's the best way to say that, isn't it?
What's being conflated?
When you try and make something seem like it's the exact same word or whatever.
That's equivocation.
But conflate words to make the equivocation fallacy. But I'm kind of.
I
I
think
know it's in there somewhere. I just can't. I can't verbalize it right now. I can't be verbose about it.
Skeptic community. I think we call a lot of things communities that really aren't.
You know what I think about the skeptic community? It exists, but I'm pretty skeptical about it.
I think we did that kind of joke already.
Well, fuck you then.
He doesn't know what to do if he's not making jokes.
What?
That's defensive actions that take.
You'd like to think that.
Yes, I do.
You'd like to think that. So what do you guys think? Is there such thing as a skeptic community?
I think enough people claim to be part of it to make it kind of a thing, I suppose, but it's kind of nebulous.
Yeah, I was gonna say if I was gonna be super honest about it, it would be there is, but we don't like sign a book at the beginning to get in there or to into the club or anything, you know.
There's a skeptic community, kind of like there's a lot of other communities that aren't communities. It's really more like a demographic, but people just refer to it that way as like the skeptic community. Or sometimes there's like little communities that happen to be skeptical in specific places
Well,
that
that's
get
right.
called it.
That group that has their meetings like right behind my place where I have my orgies at. That's where it's at, yeah. Actually, out here in LA, Snuffy, we got backyard skeptics down in Orange County, and let's see where's the other one. I've never even been to
See,
one of
that's
them.
a really good point from Snuffy.
Well, except that you have the fact that like with so many atheists that don't want to be part of any kind of group that just hate the idea of ever speaking for anyone else or anyone else being able to speak for them on anything. Is it really a good thing to call it a community when you have people who don't want to even be associated with each other?
Well, that's kind of like one of the few self-attributed labels, kind of exclusively self-attributed. It's only like when people want to smear you as part of the group that they can thrust that label upon you.
Yeah, mass psychology. That's a dynamic freaking thread right there.
I've still got to get that podcast video cut up into pieces. I've only used one piece so far, and it's in tomorrow's video, and it's tiny. Talking about resisting communities and stuff, and like that conversation actually had pieces where it was talking about the need for groups in order to hold to certain moral standards.
Yeah, I could see that being plausible.
Yeah, it was a humanist minister, of all things, that was talking about it.
Yeah, there has to be like bonding elements in the human society for it to be cohesive and function.
Oh, I got at least. Oh, come on. Sorry. Trying to get.
Glad that I started making videos. We'll see how glad I am when I actually have more people responding. I mean, I've only got one person arguing with me, and how many times have I signed during this?
7.
Want me to argue with you?
Are you really counting?
Maybe. I automatically count things. Johnny will be able to go back and review that later. I'm sure he will.
What are you talking about, Godless? I need to keep that away from the microphone if I'm going to play with it.
Everyone starts at 0. You'll get more subs.
I did not start at 0 when I was making videos. I had over 10 before I put a video up.
I started at 0.
Well, I'd had this channel name since 2008. Even though I wasn't using it as an actual channel, I'd created an account before the whole Google Plus merge.
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't want to use my name on the site. So yeah, I had people who had subscribed to me despite the fact I didn't publish anything.
Yeah, I never understood that.
I didn't understand it either. I even, for a little while, had my subs hidden because I had 2 mirrored videos from other channels, and I didn't want it to look like I was getting a following just for mirroring videos.
Yeah. Just listening to you type away.
Just the
Is Johnny
person
still around?
Actually, I don't think so. I think we've hijacked the channel.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Because he doesn't show up in the thing.
Oh, I see him in the thing.
I don't see him on mine on my phone.
Oh no, yeah, he's not there. You're right. That's kind of weird. How did that happen?
I don't know.
I was just gonna say that Godless Cranium. But he logged out before he passed out. How did you get kicked out of your own?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Okay, now I'm glad I stuck around.
Where'd you add Chaosism? Control room? You taking over?
Yeah,
you
you
hear me
don't
now?
want that.
What happened?
Yeah. We just took over and continued the silence that was already.
No, because I kept typing because
Yeah.
this person doesn't grasp numbers or problems with ignoring problems or anything.
Talking about me?
No, not in this case.
Just say yes. Just say yes.
But the other one, right? who you talking about?
Uh,
So, Johnny, do you like philosophy, like in a formal logic and all that?
Um, formal logic.
Yep. Modus
Formal
ponens.
logic
modus
is if
tollens.
you recite an argument without really saying, without showing me anything. But if I see something, then I could. A formal argument is, yeah, I get the formal. Informal, I have a little bit of a tough time with understanding. That is.
It's kind of like the mathematical presentation of normal logical arguments. Like P implies Q, P therefore Q. That's modus ponens, and it's actually pretty cool to do. I find it more or less useless, I suppose, but I still use it. It scares people away in an argument when they see a bunch of like mathematical gibberish.
Uh-huh. No, I hate it when somebody does that because it's like, now I gotta really actually fucking get out my fingers and write on the air and figure out how that math works. I'm not good at math.
If you ever
I'm
wanted
good-
to see how
I'm good
that
at it,
worked,
I just don't.
have you ever heard of Carneades.org?
Carneades?
Carneades.org, yeah, it's like a I can put his name in there, but he's a YouTuber. He's got his really distinct series of videos on formal logic learning. It's actually pretty cool if you ever were interested.
I probably will. Then leave a link for it.
Well, I can't leave links, but I can put his name there. But have you guys ever seen those logical deduction puzzles where they give you this chart and a bunch of like set clues, and you have to follow the clues and like eliminate all the possibilities till you get to the right answer? Like you get a list of teachers and a list of students and room numbers, and you have to figure out which student has which teacher in which classroom.
A long time ago, off of on my Facebook page, I set up a Facebook page, and I started creating a treasure hunt and making a bunch of Facebook pages that would be like one link will lead you to it somehow or whatever, but you got to figure out, but you have to solve a problem before you can be able to get that far. And I started working on it, and I never finished it, but there's an unfinished treasure hunt out there somewhere in Facebook land, and well, it's actually not just Facebook; it's all over the internet. I did just use a web page as like a D&D fucking hexadecimal section or whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Jack Daniels.
Oh, what I was gonna say is like if you're familiar with those puzzles at all,
Good night,
I
GC.
just
Good night, guys. Yeah.
Oh,
Let me know when
Godless
you wanna-
leaving.
Let me know when you're done with the other two interviews because you get to be up here. I'll be sober next time, I promise.
Oh, here, let me put that name up there for you so I can find it.
If I had a chocolate hat right now, I'd eat it.
Oh, apparently I can't either. Okay.
Yeah,
You can't what?
there. That right there is YouTube
Carneades.
name.
Got it.
He's got like 100 days of logic. It's really, really easy to follow. And then you could do all your P's and Q's.
It's when logic puts you in that unexpected turn that it's hard to follow. but that's not logical, in a way. So I don't know, what is logical? What is logical? What is the actual fucking logical fucking absolute?
What?
I'm talking like
Put the bourbon talking again.
there's a little parrot on my shoulder here. He's talking.
A logical parrot.
Actually, an illogical parrot with with Tourette syndrome.
I see that link to your argument there. I don't have Twitter or anything, thankfully.
Oh, it's all public. It's not like you'd have to be logged in, but yeah.
I tried the address. Let me try it again. What's this argument about?
The video I posted about the whole ignoring everything but Islamic extremism.
Gotcha. How many back and forth messages do you guys have?
Oh, jeez, I don't even know. You don't have to. If somebody really wanted to see it, there it is.
Well, we have
Twitter, in my opinion, Twitter is one of the worst platforms for trying to have these discussions like this.
It's
Yes, it
gotten
is.
better. I mean, I just started actually kind of doing more on Twitter, but I remember years ago it was like 140 characters to fucking say something. That
It
ain't gonna
still
work.
is. You still have that limit. You just have to.
Now you can take a screen capture of a whole freaking dissertation and paste it up there. And
Sure, but that's not what most people are doing. It's not what I'm doing either. Most people just post multiple replies.
people are happy with the fucking one liner, fucking gotcha, fucking mic drop shit or whatever. Yeah, that's about it.
Well, no, even when making a longer reply, most people just sit there and type out close to the 140 characters, and then it's like 1/ whatever, and then type out the next thing, and it's 2/ and just keep doing that until they finally get through.
Like 5 of the adjectives, like that being bird top. Got ya.
I don't think you're missing much if you don't use Twitter. It is the worst platform for these conversations, and yet for some reason, everybody insists on having them there.
It's like the stream of consciousness platform.
I would rather have those arguments on Facebook, Tumblr, Minds, YouTube, email. But no. Let's post it on Twitter where you have 140 characters at a time.
Well, at least it doesn't take long to write 140 characters. But back in high school, I probably would have thought that was a long one. Cause like, you got to write a 500-word report. Oh, no.
500 words is a lot more than 140 characters.
Something like that if you write small.
So the third yawn of the night? Well, of the stream.
What you waiting around for, Bazzy? You can go to bed anytime you want. You don't have to stick around.
Yes, I could go crawl in bed and stare at the ceiling. Or the wall.
Well,
or my phone.
I suppose you guys are both gamers, too. I haven't played video games in like 15 years. So now I can play a game and... Nah, I wouldn't want to.
Oh, I haven't done anything in the past many years of any significance.
You want to know how
Like
long?
literally all of my time goes to what I described earlier.
You want to know how long it's been since I played a video game? Red Alert was the last video game I actually got into back on a computer.
Oh.
Was that Command and Conquer?
Yep. So I'd say 90, 97, 90, somewhere around there. I haven't played. I'll have to say that I played video, once in a while here and there, but Command and Conquer was the one where I'd be like there with my toothpicks in my eyes, trying to keep them open after 16 hours, just staring at the screen or whatever.
I don't think I've done that in a long time.
Yeah, it's
Final Fantasy VII, probably. Something dumb like that.
Games that I would have done that too, but I don't even play it. I can't play them. It's not as exciting as it was back then, I guess. Must have been different THC content in the pie back then or something.
Typing's getting louder. Are you getting more intense there?
I'm not even typing right now.
That's me shooting my gun.
That's a really weak gun.
I know.
You hear that a lot, Johnny?
I got a muffler on it. Silencer. Actually, where is my pinchy? There it is. Something to be said about smoking weed that's called Luke Skywalker. I don't know what to say about it yet, but I know there's something to be said about it.
I knew that was coming.
You did not.
I did.
You did not.
It was pretty predictable.
I want a citation from both of you.
All right.
And my
know
mind
exactly
didn't
why.
go to the kind of citation you'd want. It went to writing up a ticket.
No, no. My mind is pretty in the gutter. You do not want to know where my mind went. I don't think you can prove it. That's all I'm saying.
Define proof.
Define proof that I am satisfied that it is fucking for real. That's fucking proof.
That works. That is
I like it,
never not possible.
That kind of leaves me at the advantage, doesn't it? I do hate William Lane Craig a lot. I think I hate him. He's got that.
Really?
He's got that fucking voice. That makes you think. He could have had a great career in maybe voiceovers, but he chose to lie about how the universe works.
I think he's
Well,
admitted
William
that there's
Grant
some possible fault in his argument. I don't know. I don't know enough about him to know if he has genuine motives or not.
Nah.
Like if B theory of time was true, I think he admitted that his arguments would fail.
I know he is, yeah, but then he comes back about 2 years later and goes, "What do you see?" Blah blah blah. He goes over the same thing again.
No, that kind of comes from like almost any position. People tend to go in circles and repeat themselves and not change. It's human nature.
Any position in the Kama Sutra?
Like I said, just about any position. To leave myself some wiggle room there.
In the Kama Sutra.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can go everywhere. Yeah. If I'm sober, I'm even funnier. No, I'm not. I'm funny when I'm drunk. I'm not really drunk. I'm on my second drink.
There's
Where
still
the hell
4
is everybody
people
else?
watching this.
I don't know
watching.
why or
Horrible.
how there are 4 people watching.
I can't believe they came back.
I can't believe we're still here.
That's true.
I can't believe I didn't get my money back yet.
What money?
Oh, I didn't have money? Yeah, you're right. I don't have any money. Oh, I do have money.
That's a good
But
thing.
it's nah, I can't cash it tonight. Besides,
I have $1.
Actually, I don't have money. I got a scratch-off ticket that I haven't finished yet. So it
That's
might-
just as good as money.
well, it might be money.
Or it might be nothing.
And yeah,
Well, I think it technically has some value regardless, even if it's like a 10,000th of a penny.
okay.
Well, considering pennies are worse than worthless, I don't even want to think what a 10,000th of a penny would be.
No, maybe it wraps around like it's. No, probably not.
Did you know that pennies are worse than worthless?
Yeah, there's ink.
They cost more to make than they are worth in the
Yes.
economy.
Actually got to that point.
Legitimately cost more to print than they are worth. And nickels are almost as bad.
No. There's 5
And there-
watching now. What happened? Sorry.
And I don't don't get it because there's no political reason to keep either of them. But evidence that's shown that companies that the up to 4 cents and quit using pennies actually saved time and made more profit by not having pennies.
Yeah.
So why do we still have pennies?
Because humans are stupid.
Oh no, I'm gonna argue with you on that one. Humans are not stupid.
Yeah, that's not something anyone can really argue.
Problem is, humans are too fucking smart for their own good.
See, what's funny is part of my argument, my anti-God argument, is it entails proving how stupid humans are, so we don't rely on our own reasoning justifying Occam's razor.
I'm in the same boat as Hitchens is. I'm more of an anti-theist than I am an atheist. I just despise what religion is and what it does to people's fucking brain cells. It turns them into fucking idiots.
It's true. It's got some bad sides, but I'll always argue it's got some positive sides too. For instance, the social bonding does contribute some good to society. But most of what I see is I've seen countless people who make it through some pretty horrible times because of that belief. They've died peacefully because of that belief.
But if it wasn't for the doctrine around there, would they still find another way to find that social bonding?
That's very difficult to discern. It's a good question.
The animal kingdom seems to do it pretty well, where they have the social bonding.
The animal kingdom doesn't have the curse like we do of high-level consciousness.
They do, but how different are we than that, except for that we realize that we have a conscience?
Because we could predict and foresee our own end, unlike them, in the same capacity. They can't do it in the same capacity we do.
We do have a long distance capability of predicting or foreseeing. Not foreseeing, but thinking we foresee is more like it, I guess.
Right. Yeah, the biological instinct to avoid death and whatnot is there in all beings, but right, it's our brains that are capable of seeing past that, seeing the consequences beyond that.
Yeah, and it interferes with our instincts too, because we can. There's a conflate word again. We conflate that with there's so many different. Who the hell brought up psychology? Is that you?
I will always bring up psychology. That's my thing, I guess.
No, you know it very well. I don't.
Well, that's not true. You've only seen a little bit. I actually don't know that much. I'm very susceptible to Dunning-Kruger effect, for instance, like not as the buzzword, but as the actual thing, because I'm informally educated on it.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. So I keep mindful of that kind of stuff.
As long as you transcend your biases, it's not that big a deal.
Well, that actually creates biases called the blind spot bias.
But then
there is no escaping bias.
There's a fallacy for every fallacy.
There's a fallacy for every fallacy. There's a fallacy. You know that,
There
right?
is. There really is. I know.
Fallacy.
Yeah.
And you know what? I hate it when a fucking creationist tries to use it. When somebody tries to use that wrongly, it's like,
Yeah, everyone uses everything wrongly.
That's a fallacy.
Yeah, and it's Snuffy said, yeah, the Dunning-Kruger is actually it cuts both ways, where people who are very educated
It really does. Yes.
are aware of how much they don't know, so they downplay and underestimate their own level of knowledge.
But now let's put it this way: do we have an edge on somebody like that? That we're sitting here talking about it and kind of realize it a little bit, and kind of have a little bit of a knowledge about this bias that we have on the Dunning-Kruger thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in that sense.
Or is that gonna help to give us another kind of a bias?
Well, basically, when you become aware of biases and try and act against them, you make space for other biases. For instance, the people who think they're taking precautions and can't be biased are less likely to realize the bias and to acknowledge the bias that is affecting them. So it's really hard to remain unbiased because it's a pretty complicated web.
it's impossible. I think in this,
It is impossible.
Yeah, it's almost impossible. It's got to be impossible.
Yeah.
And
So,
when I think about it that deep, yeah, I think it's impossible to not have some sort of a bias because you have to
Yeah.
have some sort of you have to have some sort of a decision in your thought process that says this is right and this is wrong. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we
bias right
sorry.
there.
Yeah, we basically have to have illogical brains to be humans, unfortunately. We have to have biases to make us different than, pure logical robots, all the same and whatnot. The variety and the spice of life requires us to be kind of stupid and illogical, unfortunately.
Here's our gift. We have the ability to second guess every fucking thing there is.
And third guess and
Especially as
fourth
a group.
guess. Yeah. But like the video I'm bringing up, kind of where I see my role, I think I have kind of an advantage because I'm not formally educated. You ever heard of the curse of knowledge?
Oh yeah.
So-
Dude, I'm a dropout. I just fucking learned everything on my own.
Yeah. Curse of knowledge, of course, is, someone who's really, really educated doesn't he basically falsely assumes how much other people know around him because it's so common sense and basic to him that he assumes that for everybody else implicitly and doesn't dumb it down enough, like kind of what KC did in the debate about physics.
Mhm.
So my position that I take in regard to arguments and stuff, like breaking them down, is taking the arguments made by the but like the complicated arguments are full of ambiguity and stuff, and clarifying and breaking them down and representing them in a more simplistic manner. And then in my video, I'm going to go through things like the familiarity, heuristic, halo effect, obviously confirmation bias, and the like obedience effect or authority.
No, I think that is just it for me. It's one thing to be able to think about it. It's another thing to be able to explain it to somebody else so that they understand the exact same context that the way that you think of it. I think that's my hardest part is relating. So, I find myself always doing is agreeing with everybody and having everybody try and explain it to me in their opinion or whatever. It's like I agree with you. I know where you're going, and I do that a lot. But yeah, I just try and sit back and listen.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually think I've had a lot of success trying to figure out the best ways to do that. As I said, in Hovine's comment sections, I've had his own people kind of turn and start supporting me and comment me on what I was saying, which is weird.
Were there any hot
But I
chicks in
use
there?
a lot of probably not. I don't know.
I probably don't want to do them. No, sorry, I had to do it.
But I use lots of analogies that really helps. And basically one of my videos is basically a giant analogy, which is a cosmic lottery one.
Yeah.
So literally, I developed that talking to deflating atheism. Have you ever talked to that guy? Yeah, deflating atheism and escaping atheism are pretty pompous, and they
I've
are
seen
really condescending.
I've seen
Yeah, I've seen him around,
on
but
the internet with his crap or whatever, but I've seen him in comment sections. But
Yeah, you should hear one of their videos and stuff. It's kind of nonsensical. Like when they do like a live cooperative debunk of a video, they'll do things like assert that he didn't prove his point and whatnot. Universe is blah blah blah, and then they leave it like that, like in the next sentence. Like, okay.
well, actually, that Stephanie or whatever and stuff got Peter kicked off of Twitter for a few days, escaping atheism shit or whatever. Kind of got him suspended for a few days for I can't even remember what it was, but I think that Stephanie, she did a thing with Dillahunty on the atheist experience one time, and she was just kind of I don't know. You know the fundies, they're nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put it this way: the argument of intelligent design has been around for a long time because just last summer, I visited with my grandma's oldest. She's the oldest in the family and the oldest sister in the family, and I visited with her, and I wanted to figure out, why am I an atheist? Why did I get this way. And my mom just let me do what I wanted. Grow up the way I wanted to be, or believe what I wanted to be. I talked to my grandma's sister, and she said when I was about 10 years old, I was talking to my mother, which would be my great grandmother, and I go, but the clouds are so beautiful. And then she just sat there and shook her head and said, "Oh, Harleen, no, that's not the way it is." So it's not like that argument hasn't been around before. And
Yeah.
my grandma's sister is 78 years old.
Yeah. You want to take a turn into psychology again?
Yeah, go for it.
There is a study that actually shows that when a group of people is shown like a montage of natural, beautiful pictures, that their tendency to express a belief in God increases. While if you show like pictures of war and desolation and bad things, it subsequently decreases.
Dude, when I
So there's like a correlation.
Oh, God.
But people tend to like see like an orderly thing and think because it's orderly, there is some mind governing that order. Whereas they see the disorder, like human chaos and stuff, it tends toward them seeing or recognizing the disorder and stepping away from there being a mind behind it, like it's out of control.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting how malleable the human mind is, especially from an emotional standpoint, which is why like Ray Comfort is so successful. He's got some of the worst arguments in a logical sense, but they come off so ridiculously appealing to people.
I can't remember. It was James Randi was sitting there. There's this one guy that all of a sudden became a clairvoyant psychic reader. He said, I could just say anything that I wanted to off of there, and people would believe me and give me money for it. But he was one of the honest ones that didn't want to, accept people's money for that. He would just say, predicting your, reading tarot cards or whatever, reading your future. He would just say anything, and it didn't matter what. He would make something up off of the cuff, and they would still just go, "Oh, wow, that's awesome." And that's I can't explain that. You will meet a tall, dark, and here's a good way to put it. If I'm sitting there reading your future and say you're gonna meet a tall, dark, and handsome stranger, well, that's pretty generalized. That's a generalization, and that all of a sudden you see something that kind of matches that. And it's like, that guy is a G. He's a freaking psychic.
Right.
Jump to that conclusion right away, and that's the way.
Texas sharpshooter fallacy, basically.
Yeah, and ham. Living off.
Right. Yeah, and once you get people who want to believe it, like they want to continue believing it, then confirmation bias will kick in.
Nobody wants to believe it.
Well, once kind of like in a novel sort of way, a lot of people would tend to believe that something interesting is happening. It's kind of weird. The human mind is attracted to stuff like that over what's actually true in a lot of cases.
Well, if the never-ending dragon is real, I'll be happy. That is the coolest fucking thing ever.
I think I would actually go to silently anyway.
Hey, you're here.
Yeah, I didn't think she was here anymore.
I was not going to interrupt your conversation. You two were actually saying something.
Hey, when we're talking about like nothing, the nothingness and never-ending story dragon, don't interrupt. No, interrupt anything you want to.
I know. I
But
bring up
no,
lots
it's like
of different
1:30 in
studies
the
and whatnot.
morning. So
It is.
I already told you that much. You think that bothers me? Good night, guys.
If I ever do meet you, we're gonna Indian leg wrestle because I'd win.
All right. You have a good night. Nice to talk to you. All right. Well, thanks for inviting me in, Johnny.
No problem. Hey, anytime. Actually, you can call me Tim.
Tim.
Yeah, that is my name.
Yeah.
Trying to drive by. It's my cousin's. My cousin got drunk one night, and I wrote a song about him.
Yeah. I didn't know if you when he's a real name or not. I know a lot of people like missing the mark. People call him Mark all the time. He doesn't care about his first name. My first name's Corey, by the way.
Corey? All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, we come out to LA and we'll smoke some pot.
All right. Well, you take it easy. Have a good night.
Yeah, I will, man. No, let's fucking hang out all the time, man. I don't care.
Yeah, whenever I can. Whenever I'm not in the hospital with people. Yeah.
All right, you're all out of here. I'm kicking everybody out. Get the fuck out of my chat room, and everybody. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
There you go. Take it easy.
Yeah, later, man. Is anybody still here? Did we get rid of him yet?